Chapter 877 Han Yu's Mood. Chapter 877 Han Yu's Mood. Han Qing'er didn't answer the woodcutter. Instead, she flew to Han Ju's side and told him his background. "Father, should we avenge him? He's too pitiful," Han Qing'er said indignantly. She had never encountered such a calamity, so she didn't dare to imagine what she would do if she faced such a situation. Han Ju said, "Many people are suffering in the world. Do you want to help them one by one?" Han Qing'er was stunned. She didn't expect him to reject her. Qing'er shook her head and said, "Qing'er, you've been protected too well by us since you were young. You've never seen the suffering of the mortal world. People like him are everywhere in the world. There are tens of thousands of mortal worlds below the heavenly Tao." Han Qing'er was silent. Han Ju looked at the woodcutter and said softly, "There are indeed cultivation techniques here. Let him find them. As long as he finds them, he will have a chance to seek revenge himself. Isn't that what he's looking forward to?" Han Qing'er asked, "Where are the cultivation techniques?" "Let him find it himself. He won't give up if you tell him there's one here. He'll find it sooner or later." "Fine." Han Qing'er curled her lips and flew back to the woodcutter to inform him. Qing'er sighed. "This girl is so innocent. How can we let her go out alone in the future?" Daughters were different from sons. They always made parents more worried about safety. Han Ju smiled. "That's why I brought her here." Qing'er asked in surprise, "Could it be that you already know of this person's existence?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? Only I can reminisce upon the scenery. You can't empathize." Han Ju shrugged. Hearing this, Qing'er looked worshipful. "Could the legend of the immortals here be? Yes, it's the cultivation technique I left behind." Qing'er was even more surprised. However, she calmed down when she thought of Han Ju's cultivation. In the forest. After Han Qing'er explained, she said, "As long as you're willing to find it, you will definitely find it. Good luck." The woodcutter hurriedly said, "How should I repay you?" Han Qing'er smiled. "Take care of yourself first. How is following us now repaying you?" Although she had little experience, she was not stupid. Wasn't taking this person in as a slave the same as protecting him? Han Qing'er leaped and quickly flew away, not giving the other party a chance to speak. She landed in front of her parents and smiled. "I've already explained it clearly." Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Han Qing'er's performance. She was not unreasonable and disobedient, nor was she kind-hearted and controlled by the other party. You still have to be careful if you encounter such a thing in the future. How do you know that what the other party said is true? Qing'er reminded. Han Qing'er said, "He shouldn't be lying to me." "I don't think he's lying." She looked at Han Ju and asked, "Father, what do you think?" Han Ju said, "I don't think it's important. I wouldn't care if he was telling the truth if it were me." Han Qing'er curled her lips and muttered. "What are you saying?" "Nothing." Han Qing'er shook her head and left for the nearby forest. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. He left with Qing'er and strolled around the forest. They left on that day. They arrived outside the 33rd heaven and entered the Buzhou Palace. Han Yu was meditating and cultivating when he heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up and bowed when he saw that it was Han Ju. "Greetings, ancestor," Han Yu said respectfully. He then glanced at Qing'er and Han Qing'er, secretly curious. He didn't dare to deduce, afraid that he would offend Han Ju. Han Qing'er's eyes lit up when she saw him. Her gaze moved back and forth between Han Ju and Han Yu in surprise. Qing'er was also stunned. Compared to Han Tuo, Han Yu was more like Han Ju's son. They were too similar. "The one beside me is Han Tuo's mother, Qing'er. The other is my daughter, Han Qing'er, who is also Han Tuo's younger sister. Han Ju introduced simply, scaring Han Yu so much that he hurriedly knelt and bowed again. Even sages had to bow to their ancestors. Qingluaner hurriedly helped him up. Her eyes lit up as she stared at him and smiled. Too similar. I didn't expect Tuor to have a descendant like you. I heard that you've already attained the Tao. You've really done us proud. Han Yu was extremely nervous and said, "It's all thanks to ancestors' help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today." Han Qing'er asked excitedly, "You're a sage?" Qingluaner's eyelids twitched. She knew that something was wrong. She had let it slip. Han Yu did not answer immediately. He was a sage, after all. After being around for so long, he could naturally understand the implied meaning. Han Qing'er asked because she didn't know. He noticed Qingluaner's expression and couldn't help but smile. "What sage am I? I'm just cultivating here." In the immortal world, a zenith heaven golden immortal can also be considered to have attained the Tao. Han Qing'er was enlightened. Han Ju looked at Han Yu in a different light. This kid is so eloquent now. It was unknown what Qiu Shilai or another sage would do in this situation. In any case, Li Daokong was not so smooth. Han Qing'er began to pester Han Yu, asking about his cultivation experiences. Perhaps because she had been following her parents, she was especially interested in other people's stories, but she was very uninterested in her father's story. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not stopping her. He had brought Han Qing'er here because he wanted Han Yu to recognize her as his disciple. In the future, Han Yu would take care of her when Han Qing'er came to the heavenly Tao. He believed that Han Yu could do it. Han Yu was very nervous when facing Han Qing'er. Although he could tell that Han Qing'er was not even 20 years old, the pressure of seniority made him unable to breathe, especially with Han Ju beside him. He was afraid that he would be negligent and offend him. Every word was said after careful consideration. Several hours later, Han Ju bid farewell to Han Yu. "Han Yu, you have to receive me when I come to the heavenly Tao to play in the future." Han Qing'er giggled. She had a good impression of Han Yu. He was different from the zenith heaven golden immortal she had imagined. He was very gentle and spoke nicely. Of course, she also understood the reason. So, she was even more curious about her father. She suddenly realized that she didn't know her father's identity. Han Yu heaved a sigh of relief after sending Han Ju and the other two off. With a great-grandmother above him, Han Yu's mood was rather strange. However, this great-grandmother was lively and smart. She was very easy to get along with. Han Yu couldn't help but think of Han Tuo. His emotions became complicated again. He wondered how that ancestor was doing. Han Yu actually felt very guilty ever since he knew that Han Tuo didn't leave him in the lurch, but he did not say anything. He didn't have the chance to see Han Tuo again. "Ancestor, where are you now? Why aren't you returning to the heavenly Tao?" Han Yu thought silently. With Han Ju's cultivation level, he was already guarding the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was developing so well now, but Han Tuo did not return. He suspected that he had hurt him. Back then, he had said proudly that he wanted to surpass Han Tuo. Han Tuo might be afraid of hurting him and decided not to return. Han Yu sighed and sat down again. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Chapter 878 Return of the Divine Punishers. Chapter 878 Return of the Divine Punishers. After leaving the 33rd heaven, Han Ju and the other two didn't stay long in the main Tao field before they teleported to the third Tao field. "It's been a long time. I almost forgot about this place. Home is still the best." Han Qing'er walked out of the Daoist temple, stretched, and looked around with a nostalgic expression. Beside him, Qingluaner covered her mouth and laughed. "You'll regret saying that." Han Qing'er asked, "Why?" Qingluaner sighed. Your father is going into seclusion next. So be it. It means that you can't leave. It's fine. He'll bring me out after his seclusion ends. Do you know how long he'll be in seclusion? How long can it be? Wait. Mother, do you mean that father will be in seclusion for a long time? How long? 100 years? 1,000 years? No way. Han Qinger's face turned pale. She had encountered many cultivators in the immortal world. When cultivators mentioned mighty figures, they said that they would enter seclusion for 1,000 years. Although Han Qinger had just returned, she was still looking forward to the immortal world. She had been thinking that after cultivating at home for a period of time, she would go to the immortal world alone. She would have freedom and feel more excitement without the company of her parents. Qingwaner shook her head and laughed, revealing a mysterious smile. Han Qinger was shocked. Could it be more than 1,000 years? All right, go and meet the disciples of the Tao field. You have to start cultivating in a few days. At that time, I'll teach you how to cultivate. Qingwaner patted her head and smiled dotingly. Then, she walked towards the 100 living beings under the tree in the distance. These living beings still looked like boys and girls after 10 years. Han Qinger was attracted by them. She did not expect them to still be so young after so many years. She immediately jogged over. On the other side. In the Taoist temple. Han Ju started cultivating again. He felt that these 10 years were longer than hundreds of thousands of years of seclusion. His thoughts settled when he entered seclusion. Time passed very quickly. In these 10 years, he had brought his wife and daughter to travel and saw and learned every day. Naturally, he felt that it was long. Han Ju felt inexplicably uneasy after not cultivating for too long. He was afraid that he would slack off. He had to maintain his cultivation attitude forever. Otherwise, he might fail even if he became the strongest. Since ancient times, countless people had changed at the peak of the strongest. Juniors would always rise when the strongest person wasn't paying attention. Just like Han Ju now, he had casually entered seclusion for 100,000 years. If it was another talented cultivator, they would have already risen in this time. Someone like Pangu might appear after 100,000 years. Han Ju's Tao heart stabilized as he thought of this. In the depths of his soul, the primordial world expanded even faster. In a palace. The divine-robed Taoist's expression changed when he looked at the 5 figures in the hall. 5 great divine punishers. Dressed in silver armor, Han Tuo stared at the divine-robed Taoist and said, "You should understand why we came." Yi Tian's expression was mocking. Their mentality had begun to change ever since they became divine punishers. No great Tao divine spirit dared to bicker with them. Anyone would become arrogant, let alone Yi Tian. Understood. I won't stop you, the divine-robed Taoist said. He sighed in his heart. Master was really powerful. Even his son had become a divine punisher, and he was their leader. Although the 5 divine punishers were free, they had already begun to appear in the chaos. Han Tuo said, "We want to stay in the chaotic domain under your jurisdiction for some time. Gather the freedom sages and the great Tao sages. We'll give you 10,000 years." The divine-robed Taoist nodded and had no objections. He only pretended to be aggrieved. Han Tuo was very obedient in his heart. He thought that Han Tuo was a pawn planted by Han Ju in the great Tao divine spirits, so he didn't dare to appear close, much less reveal his relationship with Han Ju. The divine-robed Taoist closed his eyes and began to send voice transmissions to the freedom sages and the great Tao sages. Yi Tian looked at Han Tuo and asked, "The heavenly Tao is in this chaotic domain. Should we go back and take a look?" Heavenly Tao. The other 3 divine punishers were curious. The battle of the divine authority generals shook the chaos. The divine might heavenly sage was even lauded as the strongest person in the chaos. They were naturally curious. They didn't dare to underestimate the divine might heavenly sage even if they became divine punishers. 20,000 divine authority generals had been killed by the divine might heavenly sage. This was a true battle record. Every divine authority general was equivalent to a great Tao sage. Han Tuo hesitated. A divine punisher smiled and said, "Go take a look. Now that you're the divine punisher, you can be considered to have one honor for the heavenly Tao. Perhaps you can ease the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the divine spirits." Yes. This is a good opportunity. Perhaps this is also the intention of the ultimate God. The three divine punisher experts agreed to go to the heavenly Tao. They even believed that this was the ultimate God of punishment's main goal. Exploring the great Tao divine spirit domain was only a pretense. What they really needed to do was to build a good relationship with the heavenly Tao. Han Tuo said helplessly, "All right, we'll return with the heavenly Tao sages after meeting the chaotic sages." Tian chuckled. "Don't forget to recommend me to Godfather." Han Tuo rolled his eyes. The other three divine punisher cultivators teased Tian. Universal Hall. The sages gathered. Everyone present was a heavenly Tao sage. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Pan Xian, and the other freedom sages were not present. The sages chatted among themselves. Dozens of heavenly Tao sages gathered here, looking quite lively. The current sage circle had already been divided into several small circles. It was worth mentioning that these small circles were mainly made up of old-school sages. They seemed to be roping in factions and fighting openly and secretly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, revealing Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The hall instantly quietened down the moment he appeared. "We're about to return from the divine Tao field. This time, 5 great divine punishers are accompanying us. They're transcendent existences who supervise all the great Tao divine spirits. Everyone, be prepared to receive them," Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said. The sages were in an uproar. They had been worried that the divine robe Taoist was plotting and wanted the freedom sage to go with his main body. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and the other freedom sages were also worried at first, but they were no longer worried after learning the identities of the 5 great divine punishers. 2 of them were actually from the heavenly Tao, and one of them was the son of the divine might heavenly sage. They naturally did not have to worry. In fact, that was the case. "All right, everyone, don't worry. The 5 divine punishers are only here as guests. They're most likely afraid of the divine might heavenly sage and want to ease the relationship between the chaos and the heavenly Tao. There's no need to be so tense." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du comforted them and disappeared. Yang Che looked at Qiu Shilai and asked, "Senior, should we tell the heavenly sage about this?" Qiu Shilai said, "Of course not. Do we need the heavenly sage to personally receive them? They need to perform well. Besides, to put it bluntly, the 5 of them are just freedom sages. The heavenly sage killed 20,000 great Tao sages with his sword. Do you know how strong a great Tao sage is? Senior Foolish Sword Sage is a great Tao sage. It's equivalent to killing 20,000 Senior Foolish Sword Sage with a single strike. Why can the 5 great divine punishers directly see the heavenly sage?" Chapter 879 Son of the Heavenly Sage. Chapter 879 Son of the Heavenly Sage. Qiu Shilai's words were firm and powerful, immediately sweeping away the uneasiness in their hearts. That's right. The heavenly Tao had the divine might heavenly sage. What was there to fear? That's right. With the divine might heavenly sage around, we don't have to be afraid at all. The heavenly sage has always been in seclusion, but he'll definitely sense it if the heavenly Tao is in trouble. Speaking of which, even the chaotic mighty figures didn't dare to mistreat me when I mentioned my identity as a heavenly Tao sage when I traveled the chaos previously. That's right. The development of the heavenly Tao is already unstoppable. This time, we have to receive the 5 great divine punishers to show our heavenly Tao's magnanimity. The sages discussed and the atmosphere became lively. The new sages was very curious about the divine might heavenly sage. To the recently promoted heavenly Tao sages, the divine might heavenly sage was a legend. It was extremely mysterious and fascinated them. The 5 great divine punishers arrived thousands of years later. They entered the 33rd heaven under Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's lead. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was secretly shocked. The power of the heavenly Tao actually did not stop the 5 great divine punishers. Why? Pan Xian and Heavenly Venerate Wufa's eyelids twitched. Please reading on MYBOX no VL, the group arrived at the Universal Hall. The sages gathered here. Their gazes landed on the 5 great divine punishers. They were all curious and did not bow. Tian glanced around and smiled. The development of the heavenly Tao is indeed not bad. There are already so many sages. Fong Liang looked at him with a complicated expression. Tian was the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial obtained by the heavenly Tao spirit. It was equivalent to the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Fong Liang, who had created his own heavenly Tao sect, naturally felt a sense of familiarity. However, the current Tian had already surpassed Fong Liang in both power and cultivation. The son of the heavenly Tao defeated the heavenly Tao, so Fong Liang was naturally a little embarrassed. Han Tuo's gaze landed on Han Yu. The two of them looked at each other silently. Han Yu did not expect Han Tuo to be one of the 5 great divine punishers and be at the front. Han Tuo was very glad to see Han Yu become a sage, but he did not show it on his face. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du led the 5 great divine punishers to the front. The sages sat down. Han Tuo said, I was born in the heavenly Tao. I didn't come with any special intention. You don't have to worry. The words worry made the sages nervous. The divine punishers smiled. They had been out for some time. They would be nervous no matter who saw them. As time passed, they naturally developed arrogance. Han Tuo was the same. The 5 great divine punishers had arrived, but the sages did not bow. They were even more arrogant than the great Tao divine spirits. This was not good. Once the heavenly Tao sages developed a disdainful attitude towards the great Tao divine spirits, it would only cause endless trouble for the heavenly Tao. Today, he was leading the 5 great divine punishers. He could ignore it. But what if other great Tao divine spirits came in the future? They couldn't always let his father clean up after them. Han Tuo felt that there was a need to teach them a lesson to prevent these sages from causing trouble again. Pan Xian smiled and said, We're naturally not worried. We're not afraid of anyone in the chaos with the divine might heavenly sage guarding the heavenly Tao. The other sages smiled. They were not afraid of offending the great Tao divine spirits. They were already irreconcilable enemies. The current peace was just that the great Tao divine spirits could not do anything to the divine might heavenly sage. Since they were enemies, why should they bow? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, I forgot to introduce you. This divine punisher is the divine might heavenly sage's son, Han Tuo. The heavenly sage's son. The sages were moved. Tian chuckled. My name is Tian. I'm the divine might heavenly sage's divine spirit son. The other 3 divine punishers rolled their eyes. This fellow was too shameless. He was really damaging the 5 great divine punishers' reputation. However, the other 3 divine punishers were convinced by Han Tuo and Tian. Their combat talent was too terrifying and had long defeated them. Han Tuo shook his head and laughed, but he did not say anything. So, you're the heavenly sage's son. Then, your family. May I know how fellow Taoist Han became a divine punisher? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked with a smile. Han Tuo didn't hide anything and talked about his background over the years. He and Tian were both born and died. Becoming the Divine Punisher was open and aboveboard, so he was naturally not afraid to say it. The other three Divine Punishers also had their own bumpy experiences, but they were not familiar with the heavenly Tao and naturally would not share them. For a time, only Han Tuo's voice was left in the Universal Hall. The sages listened to him. The hidden sect sages looked at him with pride. Han Tuo was Han Ju's son and would definitely inherit the hidden sect in the future. They would naturally be aggrieved if he was a good-for-nothing. Now, Han Tuo's performance made them very satisfied and even pleasantly surprised. Indeed, dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. The news quickly spread to the hidden sect. The personal disciples in the second Tao field also learned of this through the myriad worlds projection. They gathered together to discuss this matter. Murong Chi sighed. Grandmaster's hands extend really far away. They landed on the 5 great divine punishers, and his son even became the leader. Great Loose Heaven's eyes flickered. Not necessarily. Perhaps this is also the leader of the divine spirit's plan against Sect Master. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Han Ming frowned. It won't be good if the divine spirit's leader can control Han Tuo's will. Guan Bubi shook his head and said, "How can Sect Master not know what you're thinking? Since he knows, it means that he has absolute confidence." After reincarnating freely, Guan Bubi, who was born with an invincible heart, worshipped Han Ju the most. In his eyes, Han Ju completely matched the name of invincibility. How could an invincible person be plotted against? How could someone who could be plotted against be invincible? At this moment, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial walked over and shouted, "Guan Bubi, enter the simulation trial and fight." The chaotic Fiend Celestials were naturally combative. The simulation trial had already become their greatest hobby. As the strongest among the Fiend Celestials, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial could only find Guan Bubi to fight because the other Fiend Celestials did not dare. Only Guan Bubi was headstrong. Guan Bubi immediately stood up and said, "So be it. Today, I'll remove your title as the strongest Fiend Celestial." The others who were chatting about Han Tuo looked at each other and found it funny. Their worries vanished after being reminded by Guan Bubi. That's right. Who could scheme against Han Ju? Time passed quickly. In the third Tao field, Han Ju opened his eyes. It meant that after 100,000 years, his cultivation level had improved greatly again. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He had wanted to break through in one go, but his heart softened when he thought of Han Qinger. He sent a voice transmission to her, asking her to enter the temple. Bang! The door of the Daoist temple was pushed open. Dressed in red, Han Qinger blew in front of Han Ju like a fire wind. "Father!" Han Qinger shouted, her voice filled with grievance, resentment, and surprise. She had waited too long for this day. 100,000 years. She was about to go mad. Many times, she wanted to barge in forcefully, but she was stopped by Qinghuaner. In order to defeat Qinghuaner, she had no choice but to start cultivating. Qinghuaner also worked hard to cultivate to not be surpassed by her. The mother and daughter fought for some time. Han Qinger had already become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, while Qinghuaner was at the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. Please click here to continue reading your novel. Thank you. Chapter 880 Ultimate God of Punishment and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Chapter 880 Ultimate God of Punishment and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. You're already 100,000 years old, but you're still in such a hurry. What's going on? Han Ju stared helplessly at his daughter who had completely grown up. This girl was still so rash. Indeed, maturity had nothing to do with age or experience. Without experience, she would still be a child even if one was 100,000 years old. Han Qinger suppressed her anger and said aggrievedly, 100,000 years. You're basically locking me up. How can a father be like this? The word lock was used well. Han Ju felt a little ashamed. Han Ju could cultivate diligently because he died early in his previous life and had a trauma. Han Qing'er had no friends since she was young. She didn't suffer at all. In terms of happiness, it was nothing much. Other than not having forced labor, she was no different from a prisoner. Han Ju remained silent. He could feel that Han Qing'er was really aggrieved. She had always been by her parents' side since she was young. After growing up, she had been locked at home. He probably would not have been able to stand it if it was him in his previous life. Seeing that Han Ju didn't finish, Han Qing'er's eyes turned red and tears fell like beads. She was so angry that her body trembled. Seeing his daughter cry, Han Ju asked, "You're already a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal?" Please reading on MYBOX no VL, Han Qing'er immediately smiled through her tears and said proudly, "That's right. I'm powerful, right? Not bad, but not as good as me. TCH. Then, what was your cultivation level when you were 100,000 years old?" Han Qing'er was diverted by him and asked unhappily. Han Ju said seriously, "You might not believe me, but I had already attained the Tao at 100,000 years old." Indeed not. Han Qing'er curled her lips, feeling that her father was bragging. Although she knew that her father was very powerful, she did not know his identity. Ever since she was born, she had never seen her father attack, so she naturally did not know his strength. Han Ju smiled and said, "Cultivate beside me. You will gain powerful abilities. Father won't stop you wherever you want to go. You have to know that this is something that all the living beings in the heavenly Tao don't dare to hope for. The other cultivators wander around because their cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. They need opportunities and Tao techniques. You don't need them." Han Qing'er snorted. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm is already very strong in the immortal world. Won't it be fine as long as I don't provoke those existences who surpass the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm? Han Ju smiled. He couldn't say that this girl was naive. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of him. The ultimate god of punishment sent you a dream. Do you accept? Was this fellow finally unable to sit still? Han Ju chatted with Han Qing'er while asking the system, "Will I be in danger if I accept the ultimate god of punishment's dream?" He would definitely not die. He was afraid that this fellow wanted to scheme against him. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, good. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he left a wisp of his will to chat with Han Qing'er and entered the dream. The dream was a void. Han Ju saw the ultimate god of punishment. This fellow did not look like the leader of the divine spirits. He looked more like a god of slaughter who had killed his way out of the abyss. He wore blood-stained armor and had disheveled hair. His eyes were also sharp. The two of them sized each other up. The ultimate god of punishment was the first to speak, as expected of the divine might heavenly sage. "I can't see through you. No wonder you can force the primordial ancestor god into a corner." Who is the primordial ancestor god? The previous leader of the divine spirits. I see. Then, I only forced the primordial ancestor god to be helpless, but you killed him. The ultimate god of punishment was not fooled by his flattery. He smiled faintly. Not to mention 20,000 divine authority generals, just 10,000 is enough to suppress me. Apart from his cultivation level being top-notch among the great Tao sages, the divine authority generals could also use the power of the divine authority when combined. It was the power of the supreme rules. Back then, the ultimate god of punishment was suppressed by the primordial ancestor god with 10,000 divine authority generals. That was the first time the divine authority generals had attacked and suppressed the ultimate god of punishment for 1 trillion years. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Hanju that the ultimate god of punishment could escape. The divine authority generals seemed undying and indestructible, but they required the dermic powers of the primordial ancestor god to be activated. The divine authority general was only a power that the primordial ancestor god borrowed from the supreme rules. If not for the primordial ancestor god, the divine authority generals would not have been born at all, much less attack the chaotic life forms. Hanju asked, "Why did the leader of the divine spirits come to me?" The ultimate god of punishment said, "I want to tell you that the chaos I control is different from the past. The heavenly Tao will no longer be targeted. The divine spirits of the ancient sects, led by the primordial ancestor god, are afraid of being surpassed by all living beings, so they always think of ways to suppress the latecomers. However, I'm different. I want the entire chaos to develop and constantly surpass the past. It might even reach a new realm. You should be able to see that there is a blank domain outside the chaos. In the long years, I discovered that the chaos has been expanding. I can't see its limit. No one knows how big the blank domain is. I want to see the limit of the chaos." The ultimate god of punishment smiled, his eyes filled with spirit. It had to be said that his words were infectious. His tone was filled with confidence and heroism. Hanju said, "That's naturally a good thing. The chaos doesn't target the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao naturally won't become enemies with the chaos. I only want to cultivate in peace. I wouldn't have made a move if not for the enemy attacking at my door." Although Hanju was not afraid of the ultimate god of punishment, it was better to avoid trouble. There was no need to make enemies. The chaos will be peaceful if you and I can reach a consensus. It will be the blessing of all living beings. Hanju said, "I don't deserve it. How can I affect all the living beings in the chaos? I'm only a Tao pursuer. I don't want fame and fortune. I only want to pursue the Tao. It's the fortune of all living beings in the chaos to have a god like you." So tired. Why did they have to flatter each other? Hanju was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, he wouldn't hit a smiling person. It was obvious that the ultimate god of punishment wanted to please him. It would be perfect if it was really as he said. "Your son was promoted by the primordial ancestor god. His intention was to scheme against you. But I won't. This child's tenacity has already obtained my recognition. He'll reach our level sooner or later. The reason I set up the 5 great divine punishers is not as simple as supervising the great Tao divine spirits. I want to support the juniors. We need fresh blood and more geniuses to protect the chaos," the ultimate god of punishment said with a confiding expression. Hanju almost believed him. Hanju asked, "Protect the chaos? What else can threaten the chaos? The primordial fiend celestial?" The ultimate god of punishment shook his head and smiled. "Primordial fiend celestial? That's only a rumor. However, the primordial chaos does exist. The ones who threaten the chaos are naturally the primordial life forms. The primordial chaos was destroyed, the chaos was born, and all the primordial life forms died. However, their grudges have always existed. They're at the bottom of the chaos, firmly suppressed, so they can't harm the chaos. I was suppressed by the primordial ancestor god under the chaos previously and have seen the primordial vengeful spirits. Although they're only vengeful spirits and can't threaten me, they can't be destroyed. This is the possibility of harming the chaos. By the way, the birth of the inauspicious evil came from these primordial vengeful spirits. A long time ago, during the battle of the 3,000 fiend celestials, the chaotic cheese providence weakened. A primordial vengeful spirit escaped and transformed into an inauspicious evil. It constantly absorbed negative karma and grudges to strengthen itself into a race. Please click here to continue reading your novel. Thank you. Chapter 881 10 Absolutes of the Chaos, Eternal Peak. Chapter 881 10 Absolutes of the Chaos, Eternal Peak Primordial Vengeful Spirit. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He was not afraid. In any case, the ultimate god of punishment had already said that these primordial vengeful spirits could not threaten him, so they were even less his match. However, existence represented a possibility that could not be ignored. Han Ju asked, "There's no way to eliminate the primordial vengeful spirits under the chaos forever?" The ultimate god of punishment shook his head. "I'm also looking. Not for the time being." His tone changed as he said, "I plan to set up a chaotic assembly, and I want to join forces with you. With your reputation and my authority, I will attract the chaotic geniuses to participate. I will provide all sorts of opportunities to reward the outstanding geniuses in the meeting. I'll set this event as 3 stages. The first round is below the chaos. It's ranked by killing the primordial vengeful spirits. In the second stage, we will decide on the 10 absolutes of the chaos. They'll become the 10 absolutes of the chaos through one-on-one battles. They can become great Tao divine spirits and enjoy the great Tao. In the third round, we will decide the eternal peak of the chaos. They can become a divine punisher and obtain a region." Han Ju felt that this was a good thing. At least, this could promote the development of the prodigies. Those mighty figures would definitely use all means to nurture geniuses in order to obtain these generous rewards. Please reading on MYB Ox No VL, Han Ju asked, "What's the threshold? What's the deadline?" The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "Anyone with a lifespan below 100 million years can participate. It will be held once every 10 million years. How about that?" Han Ju narrowed his eyes. 100 great Tao divine spirits will appear every 100 million years. He felt that it was a little fast. The ultimate god of punishment said, "There are indeed very few great Tao divine spirits. They're far from enough compared to the entire chaos. I will grade them and confer them authority, allowing the chaos to establish order." Han Ju was impressed. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed ambitious and dared to do it. "I have to go with my main body?" Han Ju asked hesitantly. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "Of course not. Be it clones or will, it's fine as long as you come. Heavenly Sage, you're the strongest person in the chaos. Only your presence can attract geniuses. Of course, it's even better if you're willing to participate. You're very qualified." Han Ju shook his head. "Forget it, I won't participate. I can watch the battle." It was fine as long as it was not the main body. The ultimate god of punishment laughed. "I'm just saying. Who dares to fight for the eternal peak of the chaos after hearing that you're participating?" Han Ju narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think there are stronger existences above us?" The ultimate god of punishment was silent. Seeing this, Han Ju knew that he had already sensed it. "So, I'm not the only one who feels this way. In the past, I thought that the primordial ancestor god was the strongest, but I kept feeling uneasy after he died. The supreme rules are so powerful. What are we in front of them?" The ultimate god of punishment sighed. He stepped forward and recounted his encounter. Han Ju's question pulled the relationship between the two sides closer. They chatted for an hour before ending the dream. Han Ju also obtained a favorable impression of the ultimate god of punishment, but it was not high, only 3 stars. His will returned to his body. Han Qinger was still arguing with him, wanting to travel to the immortal world. Han Ju said, "I'll let you out when you reach the pseudosage realm. Before that, I'll teach you some mystical powers." A pseudosage was the ceiling in the immortal world. Han Qinger wouldn't encounter danger with this cultivation. Han Qinger's face fell. From a zenith heaven golden immortal to a pseudosage, she had to cultivate for at least 10,000 years. Han Ju suddenly preached the Tao and covered Han Qinger with the great Tao of extreme origin to let her comprehend the Tao. Han Qing'er was unable to resist. In a daze, she entered a state of Tao comprehension and her body instinctively began to meditate. This lecture lasted for 100 years. After comprehending the Tao for 100 years, Han Qing'er's temperament had transformed. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little unfocused, but they quickly became clear and firm. She said in surprise, "Father, your mystical powers are so powerful." Many mystical powers appeared in her mind. Not only that, but her cultivation level also increased greatly. Han Ju felt very comfortable. This girl had always been so rude in the past, but she was respectful to him today. "Now you know how powerful I am. Are you confident in cultivating to the pseudosage realm?" Han Ju asked. Han Qing'er nodded and left like a gust of wind. She was clearly more interested in cultivation after this Tao comprehension. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. This was more like his daughter. She had to have a desire to be strong even if she was a woman. He checked the emails to see what was going on in his circle of friends. It had been a long time since he had read the emails. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X69093682, your disciple Zhao Shenyuan, your good friend Huang Zuantian has absorbed the providence of more than 10,000 calamity life controllers and become their master. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has comprehended the great Tao of darkness. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the great Tao Divine Punisher, X3, your good friend Yi Tian was attacked by the great Tao Divine Punisher, X3, your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has transformed his blood essence into descendants and comprehended a great mystical power. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan were still being beaten. Huang Zuantian's opportunity was within Han Ju's expectations. This kid would soar sooner or later. The evil heavenly emperor's commotion attracted Han Ju's attention. Blood essence transformed into descendants. What was he doing? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. The evil heavenly emperor actually created 20,000 descendants and allowed them to control the world that the heavenly court had attacked. It felt like he was conferring the title of vassal king. Unknowingly, the evil heavenly emperor had already reached the perfected freedom sage realm. The evil heavenly emperor seemed not far from attaining the Tao. Han Ju continued reading the emails with relish. 5 minutes later, he entered his cultivation state again. Year after year passed. Han Qing'er's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds while Han Ju was in seclusion. Her cultivation speed soared after being led to the great Tao of extreme origin. Han Qing'er was obsessed with cultivation after experiencing the feeling of quickly becoming stronger. Of course, it was not only the profundity of the great Tao of extreme origin. When Han Ju preached the Tao, he also removed Han Qing'er's potential seal. She also inherited a fiend celestial Dharma idol in the depths of her soul. As for what it was, she had to comprehend it herself. 50,000 years later. Han Qing'er finally stepped into the pseudosage realm. She didn't immediately go to find Han Ju. Instead, she was immersed in the comprehension of the pseudosage realm. Her divine sense soared and she could already observe the entire universe of stars. She discovered that this was not the heavenly Tao at all. There was no sign of the immortal world inside or outside the universe, let alone the myriad worlds below the immortal world. At this moment, she suddenly discovered that there were two other people in this universe. They were Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher couldn't hide his figure and aura after being attacked by the inauspicious evil. It was to scare away the experts who wanted to invade the universe. Who? Jiang Juesher's cold shout entered Han Qing'er's ears, scaring her so much that her guts almost ruptured and her soul trembled. Han Qing'er's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Who was the other party? Just the other party's voice caused her to feel an unprecedented fear. Chapter 882 Jiang Juesher's Attitude, Heavenly Sage's Daughter. Chapter 882 Jiang Juesher's Attitude, Heavenly Sage's daughter Han Qing'er retracted her divine sense in fear. She was so nervous that her body stiffened. She felt like she was in trouble. Would it attract trouble? She recalled what she had seen in the immortal world. A cultivator had said that sometimes, a divine sense would attract death if it accidentally provoked a mighty figure. She recalled the terrifying feeling just now and became more and more afraid. She hesitated for a moment but still decided to find Han Ju. She entered the Taoist temple and called out carefully, "Father." Han Qing'er stopped in front of Han Ju, but he ignored her, making her even more anxious. On the other side. In a star. Jiang Juesher asked in surprise, "Why does this universe have divine sense? Furthermore, I can't even deduce where it is." Liu Bei knew that it was the commotion of the third Tao field. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's a master in this universe." Jiang Juesher's expression changed drastically. Liu Bei hurriedly said, "You don't have to worry. The mighty figure who created this universe is an ascetic. He has surpassed the great Tao sage realm and is a supreme existence in the chaos. He has already handed the universe to me. I'm the master of this universe." Jiang Juesher's expression softened. "What's this mighty figure's name?" Liu Bei shook his head. "I can't say, I can't please reading on myb ox no vl, com say." Jiang Juesher frowned. "Then, my arrival," Liu Bei said meaningfully, "it's all fate. That mighty figure predicted that you would come a long time ago. He said that this will be the place where you will soar. Your future is immeasurable. One day, he will help you reach the peak of the chaos and look down on the endless divine spirits and mighty figures." Jiang Juesher was flattered. He had been here for so long and had not sensed the other party's existence. He naturally would not question the other party's cultivation. Were the mighty figures in the chaos were immeasurable. Jiang Juesher thought for a moment and felt that he was ridiculous. There was no absolute peace in the chaos. He had been to many places before coming to the universe of stars. They were either barren or occupied by mighty figures. Since this mighty figure admired him, why not stay and rely on him in the future? No matter where he was, he had to have a backing. Otherwise, he could only be a rat running around. Forget it. The coldness on Jiang Juesher's face dissipated. He sighed and continued cultivating. Liu Bei knew that he had let down his guard, so he smiled and did not say anything else. It wasn't good to say too much. Everything depended on time. He believed that Jiang Juesher knew what to do. He had a clear conscience. In the third Tao field. Han Qing'er stayed for an hour before leaving, no longer disturbing Han Ju's cultivation. She returned to the tree. Qing'er opened her eyes and asked, "Why are you in a hurry to find your father? Didn't I say not to disturb his cultivation?" Han Qing'er curled her lips and hesitated for a moment, but she still told her what had happened. She was afraid that hiding this matter would cause a calamity. Qing'er couldn't help but laugh. Han Qing'er was furious. "Mother, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm lying to you?" Qing'er shook her head. "No, I believe you. However, the cultivators in this universe are not enemies. They're actually your father's disciples." Huh? Qing'er was stunned. Disciples? She was dumbfounded. How terrifying was Jiang Juesher's voice. She even thought that her father might not be his match. She didn't expect him to be her father's disciple. She hurriedly asked, "Mother, why didn't father bring them in? He didn't mention them either. Your father has many disciples. Aren't you uninterested in his story? He has told you many things since you were young, but you always avoid him and argue alone. Blame yourself if you want to blame someone." Qing'er shook her head with a mocking expression. Han Qing'er thought about it carefully and agreed. She became interested in Jiang Juesher and started to ask about him. Qinghuaner did not hide anything. The current Han Qing'er was already a pseudo-sage. She should know the higher realms. Han Qing'er was stunned after she finished speaking freedom sage. 2 realms higher than her. It was a major realm. No wonder she was so afraid. Han Qing'er asked excitedly, is he the most powerful disciple under father? This time, Qinghuaner was in a dilemma. She really did not know. I only know that this Jiang Juesher doesn't know of your father's existence. I believe that your father has other disciples. Back then, there were countless disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River when we went to see your aunt. Qinghuaner sighed. Speaking of which, she didn't know Han Ju very well. Han Ju was also mysterious to her. However, he was still her husband no matter how mysterious he was. Han Ju had been unfathomable from the first time they met. She was already used to it. Han Qing'er continued to ask like a curious baby. Time passed. Year after year passed. Another 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Then, he smiled in satisfaction. He was about to break through after another seclusion cycle. He sent a voice transmission to Han Qing'er. She quickly arrived. Her cultivation level had already reached the late-stage pseudo-sage realm and was already close to the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Father! Father! Han Qing'er called out excitedly. She went to Han Ju's side and started to rub his shoulders with a fawning smile. Han Ju said, you want to return to the immortal world? Can I? Han Qing'er asked carefully. Han Ju stood up and smiled. Of course. I'll bring you there today. Really? Yes, go say goodbye to your mother. I don't know when you'll return. All right. Han Qing'er turned around and left. Qinghuaner was with her when she returned. Husband, we can't let her leave. Otherwise, she'll be like Tor, Qinghuaner said anxiously. Han Qing'er said helplessly, Mother, I'm already 200,000 years old. Don't always treat me like a child. You followed my father when you were 20. How can you trap me? Qinghuaner choked, not knowing how to persuade her. Han Ju said, that's all. My children and grandchildren will take care of themselves. Thank you, father. Han Qing'er was extremely excited. Han Ju teleported away with her. Qinghuaner felt desolate as she looked at the empty Taoist temple. She suddenly understood how her parents felt when they saw her leave. In the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju and Han Qing'er appeared and came to the 33rd heaven. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sent a voice transmission to the will left in the 100-peak Immortal River several years ago, inviting him to the Universal Hall. The father and daughter arrived in front of the Universal Hall. Han Qing'er asked, why are we here? Do you want to see little you? Han Ju didn't say anything and walked towards the door. It opened, and Han Qing'er hurriedly followed him inside. The father and daughter came in front of Heavenly Venerate Xian Du after entering the hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stood up and bowed. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the sages. He looked at Han Qing'er and sighed. The heavenly sage's daughter is indeed extraordinary. She's already a pseudo-sage. Han Ju and Han Qing'er looked similar, and their auras were also similar. This is my daughter, Han Qing'er. Greet Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Han Ju introduced them briefly. Hearing this, Han Qing'er hurriedly bowed. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, the leader of the heavenly Tao sages. Han Qing'er was shocked. She had heard of the legends of Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and the divine might Heavenly Sage when she traveled the immortal world 200,000 years ago. Heavenly Sage's daughter. Chapter 883 Father's Might. Chapter 883 Father's Might. While Han Qing'er was shocked and curious, Han Ju and Heavenly Venerate Xiandu sat down side by side. Han Ju waved at her, signaling her to stand behind him. One sage after another arrived. Every sage had to bow to Han Ju and Heavenly Venerate Xiandu after they entered the hall. Han Qing'er was secretly surprised. She was already a pseudo-sage, but she couldn't see through their cultivation levels. What were they if they were not sages? All the sages arrived not long after. Even the foolish sword sage, great sage Void Soul, and Red Fate came. It was rare to see Han Ju, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. The foolish sword sage stared at Han Ju with flickering eyes. He wanted to challenge him, but he was still not confident when he saw him again. The sages noticed Han Qing'er behind Han Ju and guessed. Han Qing'er was immediately happy when she saw Han Yu. She winked at him, making Han Yu feel quite embarrassed. Long Hao asked curiously, "Master, who is this behind you?" "Master?" Han Qing'er's eyes lit up as she sized him up. Was this also her father's disciple? Please reading on MYBOXNOVL, Han Ju said, "This is my daughter, Han Qing'er. She has cultivated for 200,000 years and has become a pseudo-sage." The sages praised Han Qing'er's talent. This was the first time the new sages saw Han Ju. They were already in awe. They couldn't help but sigh when they heard that the potential of the heavenly sage's daughter was so terrifying. Achieving the pseudo-sage realm at 200,000 years old was also a top genius in the entire immortal world. For a time, the sages became active. Wouldn't their relationship with the divine might heavenly sage improve if they could take Han Qing'er as their disciple? Heavenly Venerate Xiandu looked around and said, "I called you here today for a huge matter that can affect the entire chaos. This is also an opportunity for the heavenly Tao." Indeed, they were all heavenly Tao sages. Then, was her father the legendary divine might heavenly sage who had repeatedly protected the heavenly Tao? Han Qing'er was so excited that she felt unreal. She often heard legends about the divine might heavenly sage when she traveled the immortal world in the past. Divine might guarded the heavenly Tao and Xiandu ruled all living beings. This sentence spread the most. It was enough to prove the divine might heavenly sage's importance and status to the heavenly Tao. It was very difficult for Han Qing'er to associate the divine might heavenly sage with her father. The legendary divine might heavenly sage was peerlessly powerful and domineering. He looked down on all the mighty forces in the chaos. How majestic was that? Han Qing'er couldn't help but look at Han Ju. Her father did not look domineering apart from being good-looking. The leader of the divine spirits and our heavenly sage will jointly hold the chaotic assembly. All living beings below 100 million years old can participate and decide the top 10 of the chaos and the top in history. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu glanced at Han Ju and slowly said. It was the same as what Han Ju had learned from the ultimate god of punishment. The sages were all excited and looked at him. The hall exploded upon seeing Han Ju nod. In that case, the leader of the divine spirits has acknowledged that the heavenly sage is on the same level as him. That should be the case. No matter how strong the leader of the divine spirits is, can he be stronger than 20,000 divine authority generals? No wonder the 5 great divine punishers came. So, that's their plan. This is a good thing. Once the event succeeds, not only can we choose geniuses and give the juniors a great Tao, but we can also establish the status of the heavenly sage in the chaos, comparable to the leader of the divine spirits. Is there a need to? Who dares to question the strongest in the chaos? The heavenly Tao has so many geniuses. Let the chaos see our foundation. The sages were extremely heroic and became more and more excited. The inner sect of the heavenly Tao was in full bloom. Stunning geniuses would appear every 10,000 years. How could the other worlds and domains in the chaos compare? The strongest in the chaos? Han Qing'er looked at Han Ju's back in surprise. Father is so powerful. She also knew that the chaos was endless. To be called the strongest, how strong was he? No wonder his disciple was a freedom sage. Han Qing'er's expression became strange. My father is the strongest, so why should I cultivate? Who can harm me? Han Qing'er thought about Han Ju's attitude. Perhaps all living beings thought that he was the strongest, but in fact, there was an existence that made him extremely afraid. It was precisely because of this that he had been in seclusion. Han Qing'er looked at him with admiration and reverence after thinking it through. The father who accompanied her was actually so noble. Thinking about herself, she actually wanted to play. Han Qing'er suddenly found a goal. It was definitely not to have fun. She wanted to become a great existence like her father. The chaotic assembly will begin in 10 million years. The sages can prepare. To participate in such a meeting, a sage will definitely have to appear. It will be embarrassing if we send a pseudo-sage, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said seriously. The sages nodded, and their eyes burned with anticipation. This was not just to win honor for the heavenly Tao. One could become a great Tao divine spirit after entering the chaotic 10 absolutes. The heavenly Tao sage only cared about the heavenly Tao in the end. The great Tao divine spirits cared about the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, second, the heavenly Tao has 2 more sage positions. They would have directly decided if it was in the past. But Han Ju was here today, so they had to seek his opinion. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at him. Han Ju said, a position should be given to Yang Tiandong. Very direct. Han Qing'er was secretly nervous. Wasn't her father afraid of offending the other sages? Although he was the strongest, hidden enemies could always plot in the dark. Wasn't he afraid of being abandoned by everyone? Good. Amazing. That Yang Tiandong is indeed impressive. He managed the order of the netherworld in an orderly manner. The netherworld will probably not be convinced if he isn't a sage. As expected of a heavenly sage, he immediately chose the most suitable candidate. Yang Che clapped in admiration. Su Dudao added, that's right. Sages don't only talk about talent, cultivation, and achievements. We control the heavenly Tao not because of cultivation, but because of our overall vision and Tao heart that thinks for all living beings. Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tian Ju, Pan Xian, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, and the others began to flatter him. Han Ju's disciples were stunned. They cursed them for being shameless and hurriedly flattered him. How could they let outsiders flatter their own master? The new sages looked at each other. They were extremely uncomfortable, but they didn't dare to question it. The foolish sword sage was calm. He felt that this was very normal. If not for Han Ju, the heavenly Tao would be nothing. He could destroy the heavenly Tao with a single strike. Han Qing'er looked at the scene in front of her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She also saw clearly how important Han Ju was in the heavenly Tao. He was even more important than Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Han Ju only wanted one sage position and let them fight for the remaining one. Sages were sages, after all. They had to be reasonable and would not fight until their faces turned red. After the sage position was finalized, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du mentioned the development of the heavenly Tao. Recently, the 3 pure sacred world vaguely showed signs of going against the heavenly Tao. Other than poaching geniuses, the cultivators of the 2 sides conflicted when they wandered in the chaos. The heavenly Tao and the 3 pure sacred world wanted to become the center of this chaotic domain. But 2 tigers could not share one mountain. The 3 pure sacred world had great Tao sages and Laozi. Laozi had established the sword Tao and was the Tao ancestors' eldest disciple. Although his reputation was inferior to the divine might heavenly sage, the difference was not too great. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Han Ju and asked, what if the heavenly Tao and the 3 pure sacred world conflict? Han Ju said casually, you're not even afraid of it. Why ask me? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately knew what was going on. The foolish sword sage became excited. Does the divine might heavenly sage want to fight Laozi? Chapter 884 Change of Nature, Mysterious Stone Tablet. Chapter 884 Change of Nature, Mysterious Stone Tablet. Han Ju's words were very casual, but they were domineering in the ears of the sages. This was the divine might heavenly sage. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled and said, I'm naturally not afraid. The one in charge of the three pure sacred world is the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. As for my master, he's in seclusion all year round. I'll still choose the heavenly Tao if we really force him to attack. Han Ju nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Then, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du instructed some things. The sages dispersed after they discussed and finalized. Han Ju stood up, and Han Qing'er followed closely behind. Long Hao, Ji Xianchen, Fang Liang, Han Yu, Qin Ling, and the other sages of the hidden sect surrounded him. They began to get close to Han Qing'er. Han Qing'er was flattered. She didn't expect so many senior brothers, junior disciples, and even grand disciples to be hidden among the sages. Han Ju snorted. Take care of her when she appears in the heavenly Tao in the future. Otherwise, I'll punish you. None of you can escape. The other sages had yet to walk out of the universal hall. Their expressions changed and they remembered these words. They weren't stupid. They knew that Han Ju was also pointing at them. Father, I'm a pseudo-sage. Who in the immortal world can hurt me? Han Qing'er refused to listen and said coquettishly. However, she was happy in her heart. It had been a long time since she felt such fatherly love, making her touched and ashamed. She was very ashamed upon thinking of her complaints about her father. Han Ju smiled and didn't reply. Please reading on MYBOXNOVL, the disciples promised. Red Fate twisted her waist and walked in front of Han Qing'er. She chuckled and said, Heavenly Sage, why don't you let me take your daughter as my disciple? I'll definitely teach her all my Tao techniques. With that said, the expressions of the sages who wanted to take Han Qing'er in as their disciple changed drastically, but they did not dare to fight her. After all, Red Fate was a great Tao sage. She could suppress them with one hand. Han Qing'er was stunned by Red Fate's appearance and temperament. She instinctively felt threatened, not for herself, but for her mother. She subconsciously looked at her father. Han Ju's expression didn't change as he said, let's see what this girl thinks. Han Qing'er said, Father, I shouldn't go to the immortal world. I plan to cultivate with you for 1,000,000 years before going out to train. Han Ju looked at her in surprise and saw that she was serious. He was relieved. It seemed that the fortuitous encounter had made her understand. Han Ju waved his sleeve and disappeared with Han Qing'er. Red Fate sighed in pity. The primordial heavenly prison made her loyal to Han Ju, but it didn't erase her thoughts about him. She had always wanted to become Tao companions with Han Ju, but she couldn't force it since she was a servant now. Red Fate shook her head and disappeared. The hidden sect disciples were still discussing Han Qing'er. They were still very curious about this little junior sister. The news would probably spread throughout the hidden sect soon. On the other side, Han Ju brought Han Qing'er back to the third Tao field. Father, aren't we going to see eldest mother and second mother? Han Qing'er asked curiously. Han Ju said, they have to cultivate, too. Don't disturb them if you don't have anything to say to them. To us, we don't lack time. Han Qing'er felt that it made sense. She hugged his right arm and said coquettishly, Father, can you tell me your story again? She was very curious about her father after this incident. Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her his story again. Unlike Qingwaner, he still wanted to show off to his daughter. Therefore, he deliberately emphasized their strength when he mentioned those enemies. Han Qing'er sometimes exclaimed. Han Ju finished speaking several hours later. It had to be said that although he had not experienced much, every single one of his experiences was a major event. Any one of them could be written into a novel. Furthermore, he had yet to talk about the Dark Forbidden Lord. Looking at Han Qing'er again, this girl was already full of admiration, making Han Ju extremely happy. "Father, you're so powerful. I want to become someone like you. I want to cultivate well and always be stronger than my enemies," Han Qing'er said excitedly, as if she had found her goal. Han Ju smiled. "That's fine. When your brother comes back in the future, I'll let the two of you fight. At that time, you have to defeat him and let him understand that home is still the best." Han Qing'er said proudly, "Don't worry about my potential." With that, she waved her hand and left. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He sat on the mat and started cultivating. Next was to break through. Under the old tree, Qing'er felt a gust of wind. She opened her eyes and saw her daughter standing in front of her. "Qing'er, why are you back?" Qing'er asked in surprise. Han Qing'er smiled and said, "Mother, I understand. Cultivating is more important." She didn't explain further. She walked to the side and sat down to cultivate. Qing'er looked at her in a daze. For some reason, she saw Han Ju's shadow on her daughter. It was not her looks, but a feeling. She was curious. What method did Han Ju use to change Han Qing'er's personality? In the dark void, a dilapidated huge wooden ship advanced. It seemed like an invisible beast was pulling the ship. The 5 divine punishers were cultivating on the ship. Tian was feeling bored when he suddenly saw Han Tuo smiling secretly. "What are you laughing at? You look so cheap." Tian yawned and asked casually. Han Tuo rolled his eyes and said, "I learned something in the chaotic domain just now. I have a younger sister." Tian immediately perked up when he heard that. "What's our sister's name?" "What sister?" "Hee, I'm your big brother." "Hee. Tell me." "Her name is Han Qing'er. She was born 200,000 years ago, and she's already a pseudo-sage. She's cultivating beside my father." "Impressive. As expected of Godfather's child. Ask your senior brothers when Godfather will acknowledge me." Tian scratched his head. They longer had enemies after becoming one of the 5 great divine punishers. Any existence would have to humble themselves when they saw them. For a time, he lost his goal and felt uncomfortable. He always looked for the other 3 divine punishers to fight. Becoming the divine spirit son of the divine might heavenly sage had become the thing Tian looked forward to the most. Han Tuo snorted. "My senior brothers are also wandering outside. How can I ask them?" "That's true. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi are causing trouble everywhere. Many great Dao divine spirits have already accused them. Speaking of which, they owe me a favor." Tian smiled and rolled his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. Han Tuo was about to speak when the huge wooden ship suddenly trembled. The divine punishers stood up one after another. Han Tuo was the same. He frowned and looked ahead. A huge stone tablet appeared in the darkness. It was riddled with holes. A terrifying wind blew, resisting the wooden ship. "What the hell is that?" Tian asked in a low voice. There were countless holes on the huge stone tablet, and they seemed to be crawling. They looked like worms and bones, looking ghastly and terrifying. Han Tuo's heart beat faster for some reason. An uneasiness that had not appeared for a long time surged in his heart. Chapter 885 Breakthrough to the Mid-Stage, Fighting 25,000 Foolish Sword Sages. Chapter 885 Breakthrough to the Mid-Stage, Fighting 25,000 Foolish Sword Sages, Prepare for Battle. Han Tuo said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a terrifying black shadow condensed on his body, as if Han Ju was using the Grand Unity aspect. The other 4 divine punishers were also prepared to fight. Their gazes landed on the huge stone tablet in front of them. Figures were surging from the countless caves. More and more appeared, as if it was an ant nest or a race was hidden inside. At this moment, blood words appeared on the surface of the stone tablet and interwove between the various holes. They were dense and made one's scalp tingle. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. Very good, you suit me very well, a cold voice sounded. The language was strange, but the 5 great divine punishers were strong and could understand what he meant. Han Tuo raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Kill this thing." The 5 great divine punishers attacked together. Dermic powers shook the void. 5 divine lights of different colors collided with the huge stone tablet and emitted a dazzling light that swept in all directions, causing the void to lose all color. In the 3rd Tao field, Han Ju focused on cultivating. The primordial world in the depths of his soul continued to expand. His supreme powers strengthened and his understanding of the power of creation deepened. Han Ju was in his 70,000th year of seclusion when he finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to break through. He successfully broke through 5,000 years later. Mid-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm. Reading on Maibo Snow.com please. Han Ju smiled. He finally broke through. He checked the emails. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 5,425,122.90.039, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999,999,999,999,999,999. Race. Primordial Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor, Cultivation, Mid-Stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, Perfect Sage, Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering, Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. His lifespan had increased by 9 times. Han Ju was in a good mood. It was a surprise as usual. Who would mind living longer? Han Ju began to consolidate his cultivation. 3,000 years later, his cultivation finally stabilized. He began to improve his mystical power next. 500 years later, Han Ju learned 500 new Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. He had 2,449 now. He was already very close to the 3,000 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. However, there was still no Tao of creation among these Fiend Celestial Dharma idols. Han Ju opened his eyes and started the simulation trial. It was still the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage of the Great Tao Supreme Realm was still stronger than the divine authority generals. He was very suitable as a template. Han Ju challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages in one go. Instant kill. As expected, Han Ju's combat strength would increase greatly every time he broke through a minor realm. How terrifying was that when 2,449 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols fused together. They crushed everything in their path and directly killed 10,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju continued to challenge. 20,000 foolish sword sages. Han Ju found it difficult this time. He didn't win even after fighting for an hour. He was not discouraged. Instead, he was excited. Only with difficulties could one have fighting spirit. Several days later, Han Ju opened his eyes and was satisfied. His limit was 25,000 foolish sword sages. It was already very terrifying. After all, the foolish sword sage was also a great Tao Supreme. The chaos would collapse if such a battle really happened. The current chaos could not withstand so many great Tao supremacies. Han Ju wanted to curse the enemy to celebrate, but he suddenly didn't know who to curse. The enemies were either dead or hiding. No one dared to provoke him on the surface. Han Ju felt inexplicably regretful. He was afraid of having too many enemies in the past, but now, he hoped that there would be too many. He couldn't use his mystical powers without an enemy. Looks like my Tao heart still needs refinement, Han Ju muttered to himself with firm eyes. He thought about ninth chaos, about the chaotic consciousness, and then about the formless transcendent deity. He still had a long way to go. Han Ju checked the emails. The recent circle of friends was not peaceful anymore. It was mainly Han Tuo, Dao's sovereign, and Huang Zuantian. Han Ju suddenly noticed that the evil heavenly emperor and ancestor Shitian had been very well behaved recently, as if they had disappeared. These two leaders were both ambitious and must be plotting something. Han Ju called Han Qing'er in after reading the emails for a while. Han Qing'er was stuck at the perfected pseudosage realm and could not attain the Tao. It was mainly because she had little experience and her Tao heart was unstable. She didn't find her own Tao. Han Qing'er looked depressed after entering the temple. "Father, am I not talented?" She thought that her father wanted to scold her about cultivation. After all, she had not broken through in so many years. She was angry. Back then, she had said that she wanted to surpass her brother. Now, it seemed that she had been thinking too much. What was potential below the sage realm? She even wondered if she should go out and seek opportunities. VPN Han Ju smiled. "Your potential is already good enough. I'll help you attain the Tao." "Really?" Han Qing'er was pleasantly surprised. Han Ju said, "You just haven't found your own Tao, but you can cultivate mine. My Tao contains the truths of the 3,000 great Tao. Any Tao is compatible with it." Han Qing'er looked at him in admiration upon hearing this. She pounced into his arms and started to act spoiled. Han Ju pushed her away helplessly and said, "A woman can't be too close to her father when she grows up. Do you understand? You're no longer a child. You can't be like this in the future. It looks inappropriate." Han Qing'er giggled. "What? I'll always be your daughter." Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he began to preach the Tao. Han Qing'er immediately entered a state of Tao comprehension once his Tao voice sounded. 100 years of preaching passed in a flash. Han Qing'er opened her eyes and exclaimed, "What a powerful Tao! Father, what Tao is this? Great Tao of extreme origin. I see many figures walking on this great Tao's path. Who are they?" "My disciples. They also cultivate this Tao. Those before you are all stronger than you." "So many?" Han Qing'er was shocked. At that time, she stood on the great Tao of extreme origin and looked forward. She couldn't see the end, but she could see many figures. The distance between them was greater than the Tao pursuer behind her. She asked curiously, "Who's the strongest among your disciples?" Han Ju pondered for a moment and said, "Murong Qi, my grand disciple." Murong Qi had always remained in the first tier of the second Tao field after becoming a chaotic fiend celestial. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the freedom sage realm. After him were the heavenly constellation fiend celestial, the crimson fox, and the others. Dao's sovereign and the other two were all left behind by a minor realm. Murong Qi. Han Qing'er had never heard of this name. She had thought that it was Jiang Jisher, but she didn't expect that the terrifying Jiang Jisher could not be ranked first. Where's Jiang Juesher? Him. He's not in the top 10. His cultivation level has not increased all these years. He's still exploring his own Tao creation. Han Ju smiled. He was telling the truth. Jiang Juesher had broken through too quickly in this life and needed to settle down. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable. Han Ju would personally teach him after some time. At this moment, a black vortex appeared behind Han Ju. Han Qing'er widened her eyes and was about to ask what this was when Han Ju stood up and struck out with his palm. A hand that had just emerged from the black vortex was slapped away by him. Han Ju sensed carefully. The one who used the invocation technique was Han Tuo, but he was chased by the enemy as soon as he used it. It seemed that this kid's enemy was not simple. Chapter 886 Ancestor Shenyin, temporarily dead. Chapter 886 Ancestor Shenyin, temporarily dead. Father, what is this? Han Qing'er asked nervously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was extremely nervous. Han Ju said, "Go out and wait." With that, he stepped into the black vortex and activated the supreme treasure on his body. When that hand appeared just now, Han Ju had already seen the other party's cultivation. Late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Han Ju focused his attention to prevent the other party from entering the third Tao field from the black vortex. He stepped out of the black vortex and saw a dilapidated void. Lightning interwove, and a majestic stone tablet appeared in front of him. It was covered in caves, and terrifying things surged in them. The 5 great divine punishers were tied to the top of the stone tablet by chains and could not move. Han Ju immediately used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. Ancestor Shenyin, perfected Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, chaotic life form, transcendent Tao expert, body of darkness, there was no stronger existence. That meant that Han Ju didn't sense anything wrong. Han Ju's gaze landed on the top of the stone tablet. A figure stood there. He wore a black robe and his hair was disheveled. His skin was dry like tree bark and his face was cold, like a demon that had crawled out of the netherworld. At this moment, Ancestor Shenyin's right arm was slowly recovering. The hand that was destroyed by Han Ju was his hand. Reading on Maibo Snow Velcom please. Ancestor Shenyin stared at him in shock and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" He glanced at Han Tuo below. He didn't expect Han Tuo to have such a background. Tian roared excitedly. "Godfather! Save us! Godfather!" The other 3 divine punishers were shocked. The legendary divine might heavenly sage. Han Ju activated all his supreme treasures, and the divine light was oppressive. In their opinion, his aura was even stronger and more stunning than the ultimate god of punishment. This scene shocked them. Han Ju said, "Why did you capture my son?" Ancestor Shenyin frowned and asked, "Who's your son? Tell me, I can let him go." Han Ju could tell at a glance that these 5 were the 5 great divine punishers. He was on good terms with the ultimate god of punishment and these people were all good friends of Han Tuo. He naturally had to save them. "Let them all go." "Treat it as a misunderstanding," Han Ju said seriously. He left a trace of his will in the black vortex to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Ancestor Shenyin laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. He suddenly stared at him and said coldly, "Don't you find it ridiculous?" Han Ju sighed and asked, "Did they offend you?" "No." "Then, what do you want?" "I naturally want their bodies." Ancestor Shenyin raised his hands, and a strange black aura emitted from the countless holes in the stone tablet. At this moment, he discovered that Han Ju was gone. He did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. Han Ju appeared behind him and slashed with the primordial judgment sword. Black chi appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Ancestor Shenyin's body. The primordial judgment sword slashed down and the black aura dissipated. Ancestor Shenyin's body was slashed into 2. How can this be? Ancestor Shenyin's expression changed drastically in disbelief. At this moment, a powerful imprisonment power suppressed him, preventing him from moving. Even his soul could not escape. He was shocked to find that he could not mobilize the power of the Great Tao. Impossible. He was a perfected Great Tao sage. He was already a top-notch cultivator in the entire chaos. Who was his match other than those ancient divine spirits? A fiend celestial Dharma idol suddenly rose above Han Ju's head and grabbed him with one hand, crushing him. Ancestor Shen'in has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Ju sensed his surroundings and didn't see Ancestor Shen'in anymore. He had indeed crushed Ancestor Shen'in to death just now. In other words, this fellow had a life-saving method elsewhere. He clicked his tongue in wonder. How dare they be so arrogant with such strength? He thought that Ancestor Shen'in had some special method, but he couldn't withstand a single blow. Han Ju waved his sleeve and shattered the chains that locked the 5 divine punishers. He raised his hand and put the huge stone tablet into his sleeve, using his dermic powers to suppress it. He could sense that the stone tablet contained countless living beings. It should be a race, but this race was very strange and did not have any life. Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The other 3 divine punishers looked at Han Ju in reverence. Han Tuo came in front of him and said with an ashamed expression, "Sorry to trouble you, father." Han Ju said, "It's nothing. Leave as soon as possible." With that, he vanished. The distant black vortex shrank. A divine punisher looked at Han Tuo and sighed. "Boss, your father is really powerful. It's too easy." Ancestor Shen'in, who brought them despair just now, was helpless in front of Han Ju. It broadened his horizons. Yes. As expected of the divine might heavenly sage. It said that the leader of the divine spirits and the divine might heavenly sage are joining forces to hold the chaotic assembly. Doesn't that mean that they are equals? This strength should indeed be equal. He can be the strongest in the chaos. Unfortunately, Godfather left too quickly. He hasn't acknowledged me yet. Hearing his companion's words, Han Tuo couldn't help but smile. It had to be said that Han Ju gave him enough face. He didn't ask for the reason and didn't embarrass him. Han Tuo sighed. Actually, I didn't want to invite him. We have to be careful in the future. We were still careless previously and fell into that old fellow's trap. We actually hunted him for 10,000 years. It's ridiculous. The other 4 divine punisher cultivators also looked embarrassed. Tian coughed. Back then, he was the one who said that he wanted to chase after him when he saw Ancestor Shen'in escape. They chased for 10,000 years. Thinking back, it was indeed very silly. This place is not simple. Should we investigate? A divine punisher asked. Han Tuo scanned the surroundings and said, "Let's leave first and tell this to the leader of the divine spirits." The 4 divine punisher experts had no objections and quickly left with him. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju sat down and the black vortex disappeared. Han Qing'er came over and asked, "So fast? What happened just now?" She was hesitating if she should listen to her father and go out when he returned so quickly. How long had it been? Han Ju said, "Your brother asked for help, so I went to help him." Han Qing'er blinked and asked, "It's settled?" Did brother encounter an enemy or is he trapped?" "Both." "What about the enemy?" "He's dead for the time being." "What do you mean for the time being?" "I killed him, but he had a way to revive." Han Qing'er was secretly shocked. He could be revived. It seemed that she had to be careful when facing enemies in the future. How could she confirm that the other party was really dead? Han Ju said, "Go out and cultivate. Try to attain the Tao as soon as possible." Han Qing'er nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Then, what's the enemy's cultivation level? Freedom Sage? Or stronger?" In her opinion, the enemy who could trap her brother was definitely a Freedom Sage. It was impossible for him to be weaker. "Stronger," Han Ju said. Han Qing'er frowned and left. Han Ju was surprised. Why did this girl change her attitude? shouldn't she be shocked? Sigh. His daughter was older and not as cute as when she was young. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He took out the huge stone tablet after Han Qing'er left. Chapter 887 Turbidine World Destruction Worm. Chapter 887 Turbidine World Destruction Worm. Han Ju stared at the stone tablet in his palm. The stone tablet became small under the Supreme Power's control. The dense holes were like countless black spots. It was very strange. His sage sense penetrated the stone tablet. The living beings in the stone tablet were like black worms. Their bodies were surrounded by black mist and looked like ghosts. These living beings did not have intelligence. They surged like ants. The largest of them should be the brood mother, constantly laying eggs. Han Ju suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that the black aura on these black worms could actually devour his sage sense. Although this amount couldn't affect him, it was a fact that it had the ability. He was a great Tao Supreme. Who could stop it if the sage sense of the great Tao could be devoured? Most importantly, these black worms were still young and had yet to mature. He shivered. How terrifying would these black worms' power be if Ancestor Shen nurtured them to a mature state? That was not right. Why would Ancestor Shen bring this tablet to show off if they were so powerful? Han Ju asked in his mind, I want to know the origins of this worm. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Reading on mybo.snow.com please. It was already equivalent to the value of the leader of the divine spirits. Han Ju immediately chose to continue. Turbidine World Destruction Worm, born at the beginning of the chaos. It was born from the primordial chaos's remnant will when the 7 supreme rules suppressed the primordial chaos. It can devour magic power and senses. It will never grow up and can only be imprisoned in the stone tablet without the primordial chi. So impressive. Devour magic power and senses. It needed nebulous primordial chi to be nourished. No wonder Ancestor Shen dared to bring them along. The Turbidine World Destruction Worms might not be highly regarded by Ancestor Shen, but this tablet was equivalent to a chaotic supreme treasure. Its surface was tightly sealed. A chaotic supreme treasure was equivalent to a great Tao supreme treasure. It was a supreme treasure that even a great Tao Supreme wanted. Above that was the ultimate Tao treasure. It was a legendary treasure that all living beings in the chaos did not know of. Han Ju returned to the main Tao field and placed the stone tablet in the primordial heavenly prison. It was invisible and formless, but it was fixed here and needed him to activate it personally. He wanted to use the primordial heavenly prison to enslave the Turbidine World Destruction Worm. He didn't know if it was feasible. Han Ju left a wisp of will to monitor and then returned to the third Tao field. He directly sent a dream to Ancestor Shen and met him with his true body. In the dream, Ancestor Shen opened his eyes. His expression instantly darkened when he saw Han Ju. Although he was terrified, he could sense that this was a dream. Why should he be afraid, then? You took my treasure. This karma has been formed. Ancestor Shen said coldly. Han Ju asked curiously, do you not understand the current chaos? Do you know who you caught? Ancestor Shen said coldly, isn't he your son? No, they're the 5 great divine punishers appointed by the leader of the divine spirits to supervise the great Tao divine spirits. Your sins are grave. The leader of the divine spirits will not let you go, Han Ju said casually. He found it strange. This fellow was a top existence among the great Tao sages. Why was he so rash as if he didn't know anything about the chaos? Ancestor Shen frowned. Who is the leader of the divine spirits? Where did you come from? Ancestor Shen hesitated. He wasn't stupid. Perhaps the chaos had already been overturned. Han Ju's methods were already extraordinary. How strong was the leader of the divine spirits that he spoke of? However, he had just come out and discovered that there were not many great Tao sages in the chaos. Few could compare to him, so he was fearless and dared to capture the chaotic fiend celestial. Han Ju asked, "Where are you from? Tell me." Ancestor Shen'in sneered in his heart upon seeing that Han Ju was not arrogant. It seemed that this fellow only had cultivation, but he was only a lackey of the leader of the divine spirits. He had no guts. Ancestor Shen'in snorted. "I've been suppressed at the bottom of the chaos for countless years. I just fought my way out not long ago." The bottom of the chaos again? Then, did this fellow know the ultimate god of punishment? Han Ju wanted to ask, but he decided not to after thinking about it. Karma would form once Ancestor Shen'in said that he knew the ultimate god of punishment. The ultimate god would naturally know. It was best to kill him directly. 6-star hatred points was not so easy to resolve. Ancestor Shen'in sneered upon seeing that he was silent. "Hurry up and return my treasure." Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword and used the dark falling prison to turn the dream of the dark nightmare into reality, pulling Ancestor Shen'in's body into the dream. In an instant, Ancestor Shen'in seemed to sense something and his expression changed drastically. Han Ju waved his sword and attacked with all his might. He didn't even need to use the Dharma idol fusion technique. His own supreme power was enough to kill the other party. Ancestor Shen'in was shocked. Sword chi flashed and killed him before he could resist. The dream shattered. Han Ju's will return to reality. He opened his eyes and checked his interpersonal relationships. Ancestor Shen'in's portrait was no longer there. He was beyond dead. There were no surprises. Han Ju wasn't an ordinary great Tao Supreme. He could kill 25,000 foolish sword sages with his full strength. Ancestor Shen'in had not reached the great Tao Supreme realm. The bottom of the chaos, Han Ju muttered to himself curiously. Then, he continued cultivating. The mid-stage of the great Tao Supreme realm was not enough. He still had to become stronger. The Tao Creator realm was his small goal. The Creator Lord realm was his long-term goal. Surpassing the Creator Lord realm was his ultimate goal. Circular stone platforms floated in the blue sky and white clouds. The 5 divine punishers stood in front of the ultimate god of punishment on the highest stone platform. The ultimate god of punishment sat on a crystal throne. Blood chi surged in the crystal, looking rather sinister. The ultimate god of punishment's right index finger tapped the armrest thoughtfully. Tian was impatient and couldn't help but ask, "Exalted God, that fellow's background is unknown. Such an expert appeared in the chaos and is still capturing chaotic fiend celestials. Could it be that life's forces are running rampant again?" He was furious upon thinking of Ancestor Shen'in. It had been a long time since he felt so aggrieved. The ultimate god of punishment slowly said, "His name is Ancestor Shen'in. He's from the bottom of the chaos." Han Tua, Tian, haven't you been to the bottom of the chaos? You know how terrifying it is. Han Tua and Tian's expressions changed drastically. Back then, it was a nightmare when they were suppressed at the bottom of the chaos by the primordial ancestor god. Although they survived, they were still cautious. At that time, there was a terrifying aura in all directions. They still trembled in fear even now. The ultimate god of punishment said, "Since the divine might heavenly sage has already taken action, I believe Ancestor Shen'in can't live. This matter will end here. You're not allowed to step into the lowest level of the chaos before the chaos is strong enough." He had fought his way out from the bottom of the chaos and knew how terrifying that place was. He changed the topic and said, "I'll give you another mission now." Han Tua said, "Go ahead." The ultimate god of punishment narrowed his eyes and said, "I want you to investigate the ancient desolate and send back what you see and hear." Tian asked in surprise, can't you deduce it? Han Tuo and the other three divine punishers glared at him. The ultimate god of punishment chuckled. That Pangu severed the rules of karma. Most of the chaos can't even be considered a place, let alone the ancient desolate. I'm not going personally because I have something to consider. Chapter 888 Jiang Gongming, Deducing Sun. Chapter 888 Jiang Gongming, Deducing Sun. The five divine punishers looked at each other when the ultimate god mentioned Pangu. Pangu had already died several times. Unknowingly, he was no longer that powerful in the hearts of the living beings in the chaos. However, they did not expect Pangu to be able to sever karma, preventing even an existence like the leader of the divine spirits from spying on the chaos. What a terrifying Pangu! Alright, you can leave. The ultimate god of punishment waved his hand. The five divine punishers bowed and quickly left. The world fell silent. The ultimate god of punishment meditated and cultivated. As he began to cultivate, a wisp of black aura appeared between his brows, making his face look very strange. Ancestor Shenyan's death did not cause a stir in the chaos because he was unknown. The chaos welcomed an unprecedented peace ever since the ultimate god of punishment took over. The peace was deathly silent and desolate in the past. Now, it was lively and prosperous. All the worlds hidden in the past appeared and began to recruit geniuses to fight for domains, resources, and providence. The most lively was the chaotic domain where the heavenly Tao was located. The heavenly Tao was the first world with perfect rules. Before this, the world was only tangible, but there was nothing special. The heavenly Tao's uniqueness made the worlds near it very prosperous. The heavenly Tao had already become the reliance of hundreds of worlds as time passed. However, the three pure sacred worlds created by the Tao ancestors' personal disciples at this moment, the three pure sages, also rose. Under the domain led by the divine robed Taoist, the heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world had already begun to compete in momentum. Reading on Maibo Snow.com please. Tens of thousands of Taoists meditated in a grand palace in the three pure sacred world. They faced a direction, and two Taoists with extraordinary auras faced them. One was the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, and the other was the heavenly sect master. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning had an immortal Tao bone and a sharp gaze. The heavenly sect master wore a black robe and looked like a youth, but his body emitted a murderous aura that made people not dare to look at him. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning slowly said, "We can't fight with the heavenly Tao head-on. After all, the heavenly Tao is our home. However, our unfilial disciple betrayed us and controlled the power of the heavenly Tao himself. He offended his superior. I've decided to defeat the heavenly Tao in the chaotic assembly and defeat the heavenly Tao in terms of reputation before devouring it." The Taoists in the hall discussed. The chaotic assembly is a gathering of geniuses. It's indeed important. Although the heavenly Tao's foundation is strong, it has been suppressed for too long. In terms of the heavenly Tao, there aren't many primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. That's right. How can the heavenly Tao compare to us in the three pure sacred world? However, we can't avoid the divine might heavenly sage if we want to touch the heavenly Tao. The divine might heavenly sage is powerful, but our grand pure sage is not bad either. The Taoists discussed. They were very happy and couldn't wait to compete with the heavenly Tao. The name of the divine might heavenly sage was indeed thunderous, but they had never seen the power of a divine authority general, much less the divine might heavenly sage. The heavenly sect master snorted. Divine might heavenly sage. I want to see him. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning smiled and said, "Junior, you can't speak nonsense. The divine might heavenly sage is indeed powerful. Besides, the heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world will fuse together sooner or later. How can we be enemies?" The heavenly sect master glanced at him with disdain, but he did not reply. At this moment, An inappropriate voice sounded. What's there to fight for? Do we still need to care about the heavenly Tao if we obtain the peak of the chaos? Everyone turned around. The person who spoke was a white-robed Taoist. He had a fair face and was very young. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. He stood up slowly with an arrogant expression and looked down on all the Taoists present. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning chuckled. Jiang Gongming, do you think it's so easy to fight for the top of the world? There's so much chaos that even we don't know how big the three pure ones are. There's no limit to the number of geniuses. Jiang Gongming smiled. I attained the Tao at 1,000,000 years old and attained freedom at 10 million years old. I attained the great Tao at 50 million years old. I will definitely dominate the chaotic assembly. Teacher, tell me, is there really someone in the chaos who has a higher potential than me? I've never gone out on an adventure and I have never experienced enlightenment. I've cultivated on my own. Those Taoists who didn't know Jiang Gongming were in an uproar. Great Tao Sage. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning shook his head. You're indeed talented, but you lack experience. Many geniuses have appeared in the Heavenly Tao recently. For example, the three disciples of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage are already at the Freedom Realm before they reached 10 million years old. Although they are affected by opportunities, their cultivation realms are true. Jiang Gongming frowned and asked in a low voice, who are those three? Tao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi are currently cultivating with the Grand Pure Sage's clone. Jiang Gongming frowned even more. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said, Gongming, get to know them and prepare for the chaotic assembly in the future. Remember, don't become enemies. The Grand Pure Sage intends to nurture them, and they might be fellow disciples in the future. Jiang Gongming nodded unhappily. The other Taoists also began to discuss Tao Sovereign and the other two. This made Jiang Gongming even more unhappy. The Heavenly Sect Master stared at Jiang Gongming and smiled. It was unknown what he was thinking. Third Tao Field. Han Ju opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased a little after 100,000 years. Although it was not much, he was indeed becoming stronger. He was very satisfied. The expansion of the primordial world still showed no limit so far. The stars in the primordial world doubled in number after breaking through, as many as the lifespan of the origin. The Turbidine World Destruction Worm was still in the primordial heavenly prison. It would probably take some time. After all, it was worth 1 trillion years of lifespan. Han Ju habitually checked his emails and checked his recent friends. Some were beaten, some obtained opportunities, and new maps were unlocked. Han Ju discovered that more and more names of the world appeared in the emails ever since the ultimate god of punishment took over. This fellow was really wise from the looks of it. However, was the stronger the chaos, the better it was for him, a primordial fiend celestial? Would the chaos discover his son's bloodline in the future and besiege him even if he surpassed the primordial fiend celestial and his son inherited his bloodline? Han Ju decided to deduce. I want to know the future of Xing Hongshuan's son. Yes, let's deduce how he dies. Han Ju thought silently. Calculating the time of death was the most direct. It would be a good thing if he couldn't deduce it. 10 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Would he really die one day? Han Ju frowned and immediately chose to continue. He entered the illusion. Han Ju opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in a palace covered in bones. There were bones of all kinds of races, like purgatory. It was ghastly and terrifying. He saw that the palace was vast. At a glance, there was a huge throne that was 10,000 feet tall 1,000,000 miles away. It was coiled with dragon bones and looked like it was cast from iron. It flickered with a cold light. A figure was sitting lazily on the huge throne. He was 10,000 feet tall and looked like a child compared to the huge throne. This is my son. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and sized up the 10,000-foot-tall figure. This child was actually wearing his time Dao robe. His black hair was tied up under a golden pearl crown. He had a handsome face and his eyes were blood red. He was like an emperor who ruled all living beings as he looked forward lazily and stared indifferently in Han Ju's direction. Chapter 889 Chaotic Variable. Chapter 889 Chaotic Variable. This was the first time Han Ju saw his son's appearance clearly. He indeed looked like him. He was more handsome than Han Tuo, but he also had a hint of evilness. This kid had a strong killing intent. Han Ju turned around and saw a burly figure walking over with a strong light on his back. His expression became strange after he looked carefully. It was the ultimate god of punishment. Figures appeared behind the ultimate god. Among them were 5 great divine punishers and dozens of great Tao divine spirits. They walked past Han Ju and stared at the 10,000-foot-tall figure in front of them. Han Ju noticed that the great Tao divine spirits were all very nervous and they were trembling. Han Tuo clenched his fists and his face was pale, as if he was suffering in his heart. Primordial Fiend Celestial, you will die here today. Do you have anything to say before you die? The entire sky above the palace was covered in dark clouds and thunder rumbled. The 10,000-foot-tall figure looked down at the great Tao divine spirits in front of him and smiled disdainfully. My good brother, are you also going to kill me? Han Tuo's expression turned even uglier. Etion cursed. You brat, you've done all sorts of evil. Your brother can tell right from wrong and won't help you. Instead of blaming him, you should blame yourself for your monstrous evil. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm please. Ha 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 ha. The 10,000-foot-tall figure laughed sinisterly. Who decides what's evil? All of you. I slaughtered a chaotic domain, but that domain is only a place where cultivators gather. Those cultivators all have negative karma. Besides, have you never killed living beings by mistake? Have you not killed many? The great Tao divine spirits were silent. The ultimate god of punishment said indifferently, we'll let bygones be bygones once the rules are set. We all have to follow the rules. Times have changed, understand? Besides, is this matter as simple as the slaughtering of a chaotic domain? You trampled on the supreme rules and caused chaos in the lives of all living beings. You stepped into the chaotic river of destiny and severed the past of countless cultivators, causing their Tao hearts to be in chaos. Do you have more sins that you need me to explain? You must die today. The 10,000-foot-tall figure stood up and said disdainfully, you want to kill me? You think too highly of yourselves. Ultimate god of punishment, do you really think you're already the strongest in the chaos? The ultimate god of punishment was moved. The 10,000-foot-tall figure laughed. There are still realms above the great Tao. That's a realm that even you and Laozi can't enter. As the creator of his Tao, my father has long stepped into the Tao creator realm, and so have I. Today, you will witness the power of the Tao creator. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted and the entire palace instantly turned into dust. The ultimate god of punishment raised his hand to block, but the great Tao divine spirits behind him were destroyed one after another, leaving only Han Tuo. Han Tuo forcefully blocked, but his body couldn't withstand it and he was bathed in blood. The 10,000-foot-tall figure rose. His entire body shone with a strong light. He looked down at the ultimate god of punishment and raised his right hand, his palm facing him. The ultimate god of punishment's expression changed drastically. He discovered that he could not move. Ultimate god of punishment, I respect you for your contributions to the chaos, so I didn't kill you. However, you overestimate yourself and actually dared to rally the divine spirits to attack. You're really courting death. The 10,000-foot-tall figure said coldly, his tone filled with killing intent. Han Ju was secretly shocked. His son was a Tao creator. His aura was indeed terrifying. Humph. A cold snort suddenly sounded. The aura of the 10,000-foot-tall figure was immediately extinguished. Everything around him stopped moving. Even space stopped twisting violently. The 10,000-foot-tall figure's expression changed drastically. Who? Primordial Fiend Celestial, you want to overturn the chaos. Your sins should be consigned to eternal damnation. Your body and soul will be destroyed. Your cultivation will be reduced to nothingness. An indifferent voice sounded. Everything in front of Han Ju shattered like a mirror as soon as he finished speaking. He saw the 10,000-foot-tall figure shatter into countless small pieces and turn into dust. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The last to attack should be the chaotic consciousness, the formless transcendent deity, or the ninth chaos. No matter who it was, they were undoubtedly Tao creators. Han Ju recalled carefully. His youngest son was not completely depraved. At least, he couldn't bear to kill his brother in the end. Instead, Han Tuo followed the ultimate god of punishment to kill his younger brother. Of course, there was probably something else. Han Ju couldn't blindly trust everything he saw. One thing was certain. His youngest son was still reckless. A half-step Tao creator dared to act recklessly. In addition, from his son's words, he knew that Han Ju had also become a Tao creator at that time. Why didn't he appear when his youngest son died? Could it be that he was stopped by other Tao creators? Han Ju directly skipped the possibility of the father and son falling out. He chose to believe the most dangerous possibility, which was that he had lost and was suppressed by the other Tao creators. He immediately felt a sense of danger. He still had to cultivate diligently. Han Ju took a deep breath. In addition, he had to educate his youngest son well and tell him not to be reckless after he was born. Han Ju wouldn't deny his son because of the future, because that was only a fate in the present. It had never happened and he could still change it. Then, he continued cultivating. Time quickly passed. 40,000 years later. Turbidine World Destruction Worm successfully enslaved. The Turbidine World Destruction Worm has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju opened his eyes and teleported to the main Tao field. He moved the stone tablet into his hand. Soon, he saw the mother worm come out of the stone tablet and wiggle its body at him to show affection. This mother worm was probably the will of the Turbidine World Destruction Worm. Han Ju used his sage sense to comfort it for a while and let it return to the stone tablet. Then, Han Ju began to refine the connate restriction contained in the stone tablet. He used 100 years to refine it into his Dharma treasure. He threw the entire stone tablet into the primordial world and drew the primordial chi into it to nourish the Turbidine World Destruction Worm. Then, he teleported to the third Tao field and continued cultivating. Han Ju was still looking forward to the Turbidine World Destruction Worm. The terrifying insect race that devoured dermic powers and thoughts was definitely a cultivator's nightmare. They were even more terrifying than the inauspicious evil. In the pure white space, there were no other colors other than white. At a glance, there was no end to it. A huge head floated quietly in one corner of this space. Many stiff corpses as tiny as sand could be seen around it. The huge head was covered in long hair that was like withered grass. Its face was crimson and it had 9 eyes. Its 4 pairs of eyes were superimposed on the top of its head, and there was a single eye between its brows. He suddenly opened his 9 eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and emotionless. The aura of time flowed out, heavy and lonely. Who is spying on me and creating my fate? The huge head muttered to itself, I can't deduce the chaos. Could it be that Pangu didn't sever the supreme karma just to resist the divine authority generals? Interesting. There are still variables in the chaos. I want to see who can rise. I'll make this chaos more interesting since I'm going to change. With that said, the eye between his eyebrows suddenly burst out and quickly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 890 Father and Daughter Battle. Chapter 890 Father and Daughter Battle in the Depths of the Chaos. Two groups of cultivators were at odds on a dilapidated continent. On one side were ancestor Shitian, Li Dao Kong, Shi Dudao, and the others. On the other side were Huang Zuantian and the others. Huang Zuantian had even more subordinates than ancestor Shitian. Huang Zuantian stared at him and said, "Ancestor, you should join life on account of our friendship with the heavenly Tao. I'm the orthodox lineage of Life Lord and have 1,000,000 calamity life controllers under me. You can't lead these subordinates alone." Shi Dudao and Li Dao Kong frowned. They had naturally heard of Huang Zuantian's reputation. He had gone from a nobody to a Life Lord. His methods were naturally powerful. At the very least, they could not compare. Ancestor Shitian smiled and said, "Huang Zuantian, I didn't expect the heavenly Tao to have someone like you. Your talent isn't in cultivation, but your potential is the same as that divine might heavenly sage. It's immeasurable." Huang Zuantian chuckled. "Thank you for your praise, ancestor. Now, I only want to gather the calamity life controllers and look forward to the future together. Although the chaos is peaceful, we can't escape our fate. We will be defeated one by one sooner or later if we don't unite. We were actually no longer chaotic life forms when we became calamity life controllers. We have to restrain ourselves and unite if we want to survive in the chaos." Ancestor Shitian nodded as if he agreed with Huang Zuantian, but he did not agree to the merger. The atmosphere became solemn and silent. Shi Dudao thought to himself, "What's going on? Why hasn't the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared? What's he doing?" He suddenly couldn't see through it. He thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage were the same person. The Dark Forbidden Lord first supported life and helped the Divine Might Heavenly Sage increase his reputation. Now that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was already famous in the chaos, it was time to clean up the mess and unite the life faction to develop into a potential force hidden in the dark. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm please. Ancestor, have you thought it through? Huang Zuantian narrowed his eyes and asked. His right hand behind his waist secretly gestured. This was the signal to prepare for battle. Ancestor Shitian took a step forward and smiled. "We can submit, but shouldn't you prove your strength as the Life Lord? Upper-level methods can't convince the masses. You still have to rely on mystical powers if you want to lead the life faction to prosperity." Huang Zuantian smiled and said, "Then please enlighten me, ancestor." His eyes emitted a cold light. Ancestor Shitian suddenly sensed danger. For some reason, he thought of Hanju's heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. This kid was indeed not simple. No wonder he could become a Life Lord. Time passed. 100,000 years passed. Han Qing'er was still meditating and cultivating under the old tree. Now, her cultivation level had already reached the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. She had attained the Tao in hundreds of thousands of years. This breakthrough speed was already exaggerated. Qing'er had just finished cultivating and was stretching. She glanced at her daughter and couldn't help but ask, "Qing'er, aren't you tired?" In any case, Qing'er couldn't continue cultivating. She would stop to rest every once in a while. Han Qing'er didn't even open her eyes as she said, "Why would I be tired of becoming stronger? Perhaps you just can't feel your cultivation speed." Qing'er blinked and was stunned for a moment before understanding. She was mocking her cultivation talent. Qing'er slapped Han Qing'er's back, but he did not use much strength, afraid that it would affect her cultivation. She sighed as she looked at Han Qing'er's side profile. Be it sons or daughters, they all yearned to cultivate. She didn't understand it in the past, but now she did, because it was passed down from their father. Hanju's cultivation was even more exaggerated. He had been in seclusion for millions of years. Her scalp would tingle every time she thought of it. Footsteps sounded at this moment. Han Ju walked over. Qingwaner stood up in surprise upon seeing him. "Husband, why are you here?" Han Qing'er also opened her eyes. She stood up and moved in front of him. "Father, I want to spar with you." The living beings not far away also opened their eyes. They only looked a few years older after so many years. Han Ju smiled and said, "I came out to see you." He glanced at Han Qing'er and said, "You're not qualified to spar with me." Han Qing'er was not convinced. "Impossible. I'm very strong now. Those disciples are not my match. They haven't even stepped into the Tao. They're only cultivating simply. How can they compare to you? So, only you can fight me. How about this, I'll let Jiang Juesher fight you." "No." Han Qing'er rejected firmly. Han Qing'er said, "Dad, next chapter will be a fake and will be replaced with real chapter after few hours, so don't panic." She wasn't stupid. Jiang Juesher was a freedom sage. The terrifying feeling he gave her back then was still vivid in her mind. Moreover, Jiang Juesher was only a disciple. He wouldn't hold back against her. However, it was impossible for her father to hurt her. Han Ju smiled and used the dark nightmare to pull Han Qing'er into the dream. The dream was the chaotic void. Han Qing'er looked around in surprise. She thought that her father had brought her to the void and did not realize that this was only a dream. Han Ju said, "Since you want to fight, come." Fiend celestial Dharma idols condensed above his head. Every one of them was 1,000,000 feet tall. There were 100 of them. All of them leaned forward and looked down at Han Qing'er. Han Qing'er was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a scene. She looked up and saw that she was surrounded. She trembled in fear. Ant. She suddenly thought of this word. Back when she was traveling in the immortal world, she had seen many children who liked to squat and play with the ants on the ground. They surrounded the ants. This situation was identical. Han Ju said expressionlessly, "I'll let you see my power since you insist on fighting me. What right do I have to shock the chaos? Watch carefully." The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial roared angrily, scaring Han Qing'er so much that she trembled. She subconsciously wanted to escape, but she was imprisoned by a terrifying force and could not move. Even her soul couldn't leave her body. Impossible. Han Qing'er's face was pale. She could only watch as the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched. The killing intent was real. Her father was not joking with her. Boom! The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial punched out, and Han Qing'er's body and soul were destroyed. The dream ended. Han Qing'er opened her eyes and gasped. Her head was covered in a cold sweat and she looked terrified. Qingwaner asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The dream was too fast. Han Ju chatted with her as he fought, so she didn't notice that Han Qing'er was pulled into the dream by her father. Han Ju asked with a faint smile, "Are we still going to fight?" Han Qing'er shook her head frantically. Qingwaner's expression darkened as she looked at Han Ju upon seeing her so frightened. Han Ju coughed. "It's nothing. I just fought with her in my dream and didn't hurt her. She's just shocked. Sigh, how dare she challenge me with this mentality? She still wants to surpass her big brother." Han Qing'er blushed, but she couldn't help but shiver when she thought of the scene just now. How terrifying. So her father was so terrifying when he was serious. No wonder the sages in the Universal Hall were so respectful to him. Had they been beaten like this in the past? Chapter 891 Jiang Juesher's Submission. Chapter 891 Jiang Juesher's Submission. Han Ju frowned slightly at his bragging. Han Ju thought this is definitely a fake, so be patient. Huang Zuentian noticed the change in his expression and immediately shut up. He started to reflect before Han Ju could speak. What did he say wrong? Han Ju said meaningfully, no matter what high position you are in or what achievements you have to always keep a low profile and maintain humility and caution. Back in the mortal world, you were arrogant and walked towards doom. All these years, you have been walking on thin ice. Perhaps you are tired, but this is the key to your success. Look at me again. When have I ever been proud? Huang Zuentian was ashamed. He had indeed woken up. Thinking about it carefully, he was quite arrogant now. He had a high and mighty attitude towards people and things. He had neglected his subordinates' thoughts and was not as considerate towards his superiors as before. Huang Zuentian hurriedly said, I'm indeed too arrogant. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I'll definitely do as I promised, but I won't say these things anymore. I'll use my actions to prove it. These words were a little high level. He promised and sincerely accepted Han Ju's criticism. Anyway, Han Ju felt quite comfortable. No wonder this fellow was doing well everywhere. Han Ju asked, is there really nothing you need my help with? You can learn a mystical power if you want. Reading on mybo.xnovl.com please. Huang Zuentian said, there's really no need. I usually won't make a move. I'll easily expose myself if I learn too much. I've grasped a great Tao Providence mystical power. It's enough to protect me at the critical moment. Han Ju nodded and cancelled the dream. Huang Zuentian had developed very well, so he could rest assured. Han Ju sent a dream to Shi Dudao next as the Dark Forbidden Lord. This time, he gave him a mission. Think of a way to secretly spread the news that the Divine Authority General is a power used by the great Tao Divine Spirits to restrain the chaos. It's not just a rule. You have to think of a way for the other living beings to help spread the news. Don't take the lead. It's easy to deduce. Han Ju reminded. This news was not very useful, but he wanted to plant a seed. What if it was useful? Shi Dudao finally had a mission and immediately agreed excitedly. From the beginning to the end, he did not mention the battle of the heavenly Tao. The longer he stayed in the chaos, the more he knew how terrifying certain existences were. Some things could cause chaos just by talking about them behind their backs. Let me teach you a mystical power, Han Ju said. Shi Dudao immediately thanked him. Unlike Huang Zuentian, Shi Dudao did not have so many opportunities. There Han Ju taught him 3 mystical powers that he seldom used. Then, he cancelled the dream. He sent a dream to Li Daokong in his true form next. However, Li Daokong did not need a mystical power. The 10,000 life sword was enough for him to cultivate. Han Ju didn't give him a mission. He hoped that he could take care of himself. Next was Jing Tiangong. Speaking of Jing Tiangong, this fellow had been wandering in the chaos, but he still hadn't made a name for himself. Han Ju casually taught him a mystical power and ended the dream, but Jing Tiangong was still flattered. Only Divine Lord Peacock was left. Han Ju checked his portrait in his interpersonal relationships and discovered that this fellow had yet to become a great Tao sage. He immediately had no intention of taking care of him. Worthless. He would wait until this guy became a great Tao sage. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao became even more lively after 100,000 years. The 2 chaotic heavenly roads were still being repaired. They would probably recover in at most 5,000 years. The heavenly Tao welcomed 2 more sages recently. This meant that the heavenly Tao was developing better and better. Not bad. Han Ju closed his eyes in satisfaction and continued cultivating. In the dark purple starry sky, a figure moved forward quietly. It was Han Ju's reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei. Liu Bei scanned his surroundings nervously. After so long, he was still looking for a place for the 3rd Tao field. This area is all right. There are no living beings, but there are fewer restrictions. Liu Bei thought silently and felt a little regretful. Perhaps the previous hidden sect island had set a high standard for him, so he had special requirements when he searched for a place for the third Dao field. At the very least, he could not see the Dao field with the naked eye. Liu Bei continued forward. Several months later, a huge crimson planet appeared in front of him, attracting his attention. This planet was filled with a mysterious aura. It was not chaotic chi or spirit chi, but it attracted him. He quietly approached. He wanted to use his divine sense to observe this planet, but it was isolated by a mysterious aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided to check. Perhaps this was the suitable place he was looking for. After landing, Liu Bei felt heat from the bottom of his feet, but there was no burning pain. The high temperature here could instantly fuse with an immortal emperor, but it was nothing to him. Liu Bei began to wander around and sized up the planet. He was very fast. After all, this planet was huge. Several hours later, Liu Bei suddenly stopped and stared at a hill ahead. The hill was bare and covered in magma. A figure was meditating halfway up the hill. This person wore a tattered robe. Most of his hair had fallen off and his face was like dry bark. His eyes were tightly closed, but a vertical eye between his eyebrows stared at Liu Bei. Liu Bei was almost frightened to death as he broke out in cold sweat. Being stared at by that vertical eye, his blood ran cold. Liu Bei quietly retreated after a moment of stalemate. "Stop right there." An ancient voice sounded softly. Liu Bei immediately stopped. He knelt down and shouted, "Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. I happened to be passing by. I also want to find a place to cultivate. I have no ill intentions. I'll pretend that I've never seen this place and never mention it." Liu Bei began to kowtow. The ancient voice said, "You're only a clone. Who is the main body?" Liu Bei replied, "My main body is Chao Chao from the heavenly Tao." "Chao Chao? The heavenly Tao is very far from here." Liu Bei lowered his head, feeling uneasy. "Don't leave. Stay here and cultivate." "Ah. Yes. All right." Liu Bei agreed aggrievedly. In the blue sky, there were green mountains and rivers. A river crossed the mountains and rivers, floating like clouds. Han Tua and Yi Tian meditated in the forest. A black light descended from the sky and landed in front of the two of them, startling them so much that they opened their eyes. The black light dissipated and devil ancestor Lu Yuan appeared. Yi Tian smiled teasingly. "You're still alive. I thought you were like the chaotic fiend celestials." Lu Yuan looked down at him and said, "I have a mission for you." Yi Tian curled his lips. Han Tua asked, "What mission?" "The leader of the divine spirits is summoning the great Tao divine spirits. Go immediately." "But we just escaped from him, don't worry. I've already discussed it with him. Let bygones be bygones. Gathering the divine spirits this time is a huge opportunity. The great Tao Sage realm will not be the limit in the future once you succeed," the devil ancestor Lu Yuan said indifferently. Han Tua frowned. He smelled a conspiracy for some reason. He asked, "By the way, where's the divine authority generals?" Previously, there were rumors that 10,000 divine authority generals were about to attack the heavenly Tao. Chapter 892 Supreme Treasure of the Ancient Desolate, Shocking the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 892 Supreme Treasure of the Ancient Desolate, Shocking the Heavenly Tao. Thank you for your lecture, Senior. This Tao is indeed impressive. I'm willing to cultivate this Tao. Senior, please allow me. Jiang Juesher stood up and bowed sincerely. Han Ju said, "The previous lecture was already enough for you to cultivate for some time. I'll guide you when you attain the great Tao." With that, he vanished. Jiang Juesher was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to leave so quickly. Liu Bei also came to a realization and smiled. To be willing to take out 10,000 years to preach the Tao to you, it seems that this senior still thinks highly of you. I've never listened to the Tao for so long. Jiang Juesher was very happy and was no longer vigilant upon hearing this. He could sense that the other party was indeed not plotting anything. After comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin, he understood that the difference between him and the other party was unimaginable. The great reincarnation creation technique that he was so proud of was probably not worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. No matter how powerful a cultivation technique was, could it compare to the great Tao? Jiang Juesher was no longer worried. He was so vigilant in the past because he was afraid that the other party would covet it. Then, the two of them continued to meditate and cultivate. They were all in a good mood. Jiang Juesher had a beautiful future ahead of him. Liu Bei thought that he was about to complete the mission his master had given him. Visit myboxnovel.com to read, please. In a world, the forest rose and fell. The sky was high and the sea was far away. A majestic mountain towered into the clouds. At the top of the mountain was a huge peacock. It was even larger than the entire mountain. The surrounding sea of clouds looked small in front of it. A beam of light sped over and stopped in front of the huge peacock. A burly man in black armor and a phoenix-winged iron crown appeared after the light dissipated. The black-armored man cupped his fists and bowed. Divine Lord, I learned that the 5 great divine punishers have entered the ancient desolate for some time. The huge peacock was Divine Lord Peacock. Divine Lord Peacock slowly opened his eyes and asked, what about the situation in the ancient desolate? There's no movement for now. The phenomenon you mentioned has never appeared, either. Divine Lord Peacock closed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. The black-armored man couldn't help but ask, Divine Lord, what are you waiting for? Divine Lord Peacock said casually, the ancient desolate contains a huge opportunity. Why did the 5 great divine punishers enter? It's because the ancient desolate is powerful enough. I even suspect that the Tao ancestor is hiding there. The black-armored man nodded. The ancient desolate was formed by the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor captured many experts and suppressed them in the ancient desolate in the past. He paused and asked in surprise, but you still didn't say what you were waiting for. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and stared coldly at the black-armored man, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. Just to keep an eye on him. You'll definitely benefit in the future, Divine Lord Peacock said coldly, scaring the black-armored man so much that he hurriedly nodded. Then, the black-armored man bowed and left. Divine Lord Peacock stared in the direction he had left in deep thought. Forbidden Lord, oh Forbidden Lord. I can only contribute like this if you don't contact me, Divine Lord Peacock thought helplessly. He thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was dissatisfied with him. He had attained the great Tao too slowly. Previously, he had even caused trouble and had to be personally saved by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Divine Lord Peacock's eyes became firm. He had to obtain that treasure. Why would he worry about not being able to help the Dark Forbidden Lord after obtaining it? Although Divine Lord Peacock did not know what the Dark Forbidden Lord's great ambition was, it was definitely related to the entire chaos. More than 10 sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Most sages had their own responsibilities. It was very difficult for all of them to be in the heavenly Tao at the same time. There were already 10 chaotic heavenly roads now. They had established a good trading channel in this chaotic domain. One could obtain the protection of the heavenly Tao upon walking on the chaotic heavenly road. This was something that other worlds could not compare to. The 3 pure sacred world was also lacking this, so it had always been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Cultivators were not afraid of being attacked by sages and existences above with the heavenly Tao's protection. Although it was not absolutely safe, they could at least avoid many troubles. As, I summoned you today to talk about the Ancient Desolate. The Ancient Desolate has become independent ever since the deity realm of the ruins of End was shattered by the Tao devils. However, the Ancient Desolate is still a forbidden land after millions of years. Ancient mighty figures will occasionally escape. Not long ago, I heard that a supreme treasure is about to appear in the Ancient Desolate. This supreme treasure can stir up the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du scanned the sages and said slowly. Many sages were moved at the mention of the Ancient Desolate. The Ancient Desolate was the most frequently mentioned in the chaos. They each had their own forces. Many disciples wandered in the chaos and naturally had this information. Even sages already had their eyes on that supreme treasure. Pan Xian smiled. Heavenly Venerate wants to snatch this treasure. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. On the contrary, I want to remind you that you can't go to the Ancient Desolate. Also, that supreme treasure can't be stolen. The new sage, Yang Tiandong, couldn't help but ask, why? He had just attained the Tao and had swept away his previous depression. He was filled with motivation and wanted to achieve something, so he also targeted the Ancient Desolate. The other sages also looked puzzled. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied, I've calculated that the Ancient Desolate will cause a calamity. We might endanger the Heavenly Tao if we're not careful. Threaten the Heavenly Tao? The sages were in an uproar. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate chuckled. Heavenly Venerate, isn't this too exaggerated? Could there be 30,000 divine authority generals hidden in the Ancient Desolate? The sages also laughed. That's right. How could the Heavenly Tao be in danger with the divine might Heavenly Sage around? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, everyone, don't forget the Tao Ancestor. Pangu has revived. As for the Tao Ancestor, whose fate is unknown, are you sure he's dead? Are you going to give way if the Tao Ancestor returns and wants to regain control of the Heavenly Tao? The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive again when the Tao Ancestor was mentioned. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Pan Xian, and Yang Tiandong stopped talking. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was about to speak when a great pressure descended from the sky. It was a pillar of light that pierced through the 33rd heaven and landed in front of the Universal Hall. It passed through the layers of clouds and landed in a mortal world below the immortal world. The sages were shocked. What's that? What a terrifying pressure. It's a great Tao sage. Wait, why did it fall from above? That pillar of light actually fell into a mortal body. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned. He counted with his fingers and his expression changed drastically. He actually couldn't deduce it. He even panicked. This was a feeling he had never felt before. What happened? 3 figures appeared in the hall at this moment. They were Great Sage Void Soul, the Foolish Sword Sage, and Red Fate. What was that just now? The Foolish Sword Sage asked in a low voice. He was also shocked. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned and asked, you can't deduce it either? The Foolish Sword Sage was the strongest existence in the Heavenly Tao other than the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Red Fate also looked at the Foolish Sword Sage in surprise. The gazes of the sages made the Foolish Sword Sage even more displeased. He snorted. Why would I come if I could deduce it? That thing just now didn't come from the top of the Heavenly Tao but from the top of the chaos. You have to be careful about this. Don't let the enemy scheme against the Heavenly Tao again. His eyes became colder as he turned to look at the mortal world. He was a great Tao Supreme, but there was actually something he could not see through. Chapter 893 Tao Creator's Power. Chapter 893 Tao Creator's Power. While the Heavenly Tao Sage was shocked by the mysterious pillar of light, 3 lines of notifications appeared in front of Han Ju. detected that the Tao Creator's power has entered the chaos. You have the following choices. 1. Go and destroy this power immediately and promote the dominance of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, and the Tao Creator's hatred. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. Avoid the attention of the Tao Creator for now. You can obtain a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Tao Creator. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. This was an existence he could not provoke. Although the reward for the first option was very generous, he could only choose the second option. Han Ju silently made his choice. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You temporarily avoided the sharpness of the Tao Creator and obtained a primordial fragment, a great Tao fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju immediately took out the creation spirit stone and chose a ball of fiend celestial chi to fuse with. His will jumped above the chaos and looked down at it, wanting to see where the power was. Soon, he was attracted by the heavenly Tao. Visit myboxnovel.com to read, please. There was an extremely bright light in the heavenly Tao. It was the brightest in the entire chaos and was extremely eye-catching. Han Ju looked over. The light came from a mortal world. It was a child. The child was just born. His cries were loud and world-shattering. It was even more powerful than when Qin Ling was born. His cries shocked the entire world and terrified countless cultivators. Han Ju discovered that he couldn't spy on this child. This child had a powerful force and there was a golden pattern between his eyebrows like a closed vertical eye. The powerful force came from the golden pattern. Han Ju retracted his gaze and asked in his mind, which Tao Creator did that child's power come from? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Chaotic consciousness, cultivation unknown, chaotic deity, above the great Tao, rules and order, unspeakable name. It was him. The first Tao Creator that Han Ju learned about. This fellow finally couldn't take it anymore. Han Ju continued to ask, why is the chaotic consciousness doing this? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju didn't enter the illusion. 4 words appeared in front of him. Chaotic change, chaotic change. What was the meaning of this? Han Ju pondered carefully. Could it be because of the recent changes in the chaos? Why didn't the chaotic consciousness target the ultimate god of punishment but throw its power into the heavenly Tao? Could it be that this fellow wanted to arouse the ultimate god's fear? He could hope him in with Han Ju around. However, could he really be fearless if there was another Han Ju? There was another possibility. The chaotic consciousness hoped that the chaos would be more chaotic. After all, there was still the 9th chaos above him. Han Ju thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. In any case, he couldn't go against a Tao Creator for now. Thus, he would pretend not to know about this. Currently, he had already gathered 9 great Tao fragments and could create another great Tao mystical power. A great Tao mystical power was not a great Tao level mystical power, but a mystical power equivalent to the profundity of the great Tao. Han Ju fell into deep thought. After a long while, he had an idea. He didn't lack strange mystical powers now. It was better to create a powerful mystical power that was convenient to teach to disciples. He could create mystical powers, but he couldn't create a great Tao mystical power. He wanted to create an unparalleled mystical power that could be the signboard of the hidden sect. Others would know that they were a personal disciple of the hidden sect upon seeing this mystical power. Han Ju took out the 9 great Tao fragments and fused them. A strong light burst out and illuminated the entire Taoist temple. In the mortal world, dozens of servants knelt in front of a dazzling palace. In front of them was a middle-aged man in a python-patterned golden robe walking back and forth with an anxious expression. At this moment, the palace door opened and an old woman came out with a kasaya. The middle-aged man hurriedly went up and asked nervously, "Is it intact?" His gaze landed on the swaddled baby and he immediately beamed. This baby's skin was fair and cute, unlike the skin of a newborn. Most importantly, the golden pattern between his eyebrows looked especially divine. The old woman smiled. "It's fine. The little prince's cries are so loud. He's really extraordinary." The middle-aged man had also heard it earlier. It was indeed deafening, causing him to panic. He thought that something had happened. He had children before this. When had their cries been so loud? The middle-aged man took his son with a smile. At this moment, a golden light shone down, startling the nearby servants. They crawled back. The middle-aged man was also shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. The golden light dissipated and an old Taoist appeared. He waved his horsetail whisk and smiled. "I'm an immortal god from the heavens, Tao Lord Wudu. Seeing that this child is extraordinary today, I want to take him as a disciple and nurture him to become an immortal and seek the Tao." Everyone was shocked by his words. The middle-aged man trembled in excitement and asked carefully, "Immortal, are you serious?" Tao Lord Wudu smiled. "I'm not talking nonsense." Boom! Heavenly lightning exploded, startling everyone so much that they looked up. They saw dark clouds suddenly gather and surge ferociously, making them panic. A green dragon was churning in the thundercloud. It was a spectacular sight. The green dragon stretched out a dragon head that was larger than a palace and said, "This child is fated with our dragon race. He can inherit our inheritance." The middle-aged man was stunned. Tao Lord Wudu frowned and thought that it was troublesome. However, this was not the end. A white crane came from the east. On the back of the crane stood a fairy. She wore an exquisite Taoist robe and her long hair fluttered. "This child is a destined disciple of our Jia school. Fellow Taoists, please don't fight with us." The Taoist-robed fairy's voice resounded through the world, extremely cold. All the mortals in front of the palace were stunned. They had never seen such a scene. At the same time, in the universal hall the sages saw this scene. Ji Xianchen smiled. "These guys run really fast." The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, "I want to see whose disciple doesn't have good judgment and can sit still." The other sages laughed as well. They were secretly informing their disciples to rope an immortal child favored by the mysterious force. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du frowned and felt uneasy. The foolish sword sage saw through his emotions and said, "I can't see through it, but why worry since even the divine might heavenly sage isn't moving?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt that it made sense. How could Han Ju sit by and watch if there was really a threat? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "This child's background is extraordinary. He had to be taught well no matter who obtains him. Don't let him take the evil path." The sages smiled and nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's words meant that he had given up on the opportunity to fight for this child. Great Sage Void Soul couldn't help but say, "In my opinion, we should suppress it and seal it as soon as possible to prevent future trouble." Chapter 894 Divine Might Great Heaven Palm, Azure Heaven Mystic. Chapter 894 Divine Might Great Heaven Palm, Azure Heaven Mystic in the Third Tao Field. Han Ju finally opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. He had successfully created a new great Tao mystical power. He named this mystical power the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. This palm was ferocious. Any power, thing, and even rules could be destroyed. It only had the power to destroy. It was absolutely destroyed and could not be repaired. Han Ju began the simulation trial and challenged 10,000 foolish sword sages. He only used the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. He used his domineering dermic powers and killed 10,000 foolish sword sages with a single palm. It was very easy. He continued to challenge more foolish sword sages. He fought with 20,000 foolish sword sages before finally winning. Han Ju suddenly had a better idea. He used the Dharma idol fusion technique to fuse with 2,449 fiend celestial Dharma idols before using the divine might great heaven palm. 20,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. Han Ju's confidence multiplied. He challenged his limits again. 25,000 foolish sword sages. He killed all of them with a single palm strike after using the Dharma idol fusion technique and the divine might great heaven palm. Previously, he had always used the Dharma idol fusion technique to wield the primordial judgment sword. However, the primordial judgment sword was only a Dharma treasure, after all. It was more powerful if he used a Dharma treasure to wield a mystical power. Visit myboxnovel.com to read, please. Han Ju decided to create another great Tao mystical power regarding the sword Tao next time. He didn't do it this time because the sword Tao couldn't bypass Laozi. How could the hidden sect base itself on the sword Tao? Han Ju continued the simulation trial. In the end, he could no longer insta-kill the foolish sword sages when the number reached 30,000. He could only win after a fierce battle. It took him 100 years to create the divine might great heaven palm, but the outcome satisfied him. The divine might great heaven palm was definitely the most domineering palm technique mystical power he had ever seen. This would be the hidden sect's ultimate technique from now on. Han Ju immediately came to the second Tao field and preached the Tao to all the fiend celestials, teaching them the divine might great heaven palm. The chaotic fiend celestials were all people with powerful bodies and were not good at using Dharma treasures. Most of them liked to rely on their physical talent. Thus, they were very suitable for the divine might great heaven palm. Han Ju directly began to preach the Tao and made the 49 fiend celestials enter a state of Tao comprehension as they began to comprehend the divine might great heaven palm. 100 years later, Han Ju came to the 100-peak immortal river and asked Han Zuetian to choose 10 geniuses of the hidden sect. Several days later, Han Zuetian brought 10 pseudosage geniuses over. They represented the sect's hope. Han Ju encouraged them. The 10 geniuses were extremely excited. They kept kowtowing and paying respects to the ancestor. He also harvested a wave of 6-star favorability, and there were no traitors with low stars or hatred. These geniuses' talent was still a little lacking. They only learned it after Han Ju preached for 1,000 years. Han Ju especially reminded them that this was a secret technique of the hidden sect and could not be taught to outsiders. The 10 geniuses were even more excited, feeling that they had been acknowledged by their ancestor. Han Ju waved his hand for them to leave. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the immortal world and the person who had obtained the chaotic consciousness power. The child had long grown up after more than 1,000 years. He had joined the heavenly race and become a peerless prodigy. Although he was only 1,000 years old, he was already an immortal emperor. Becoming an immortal emperor in 1,000 years. The world was shaken. His name had already spread throughout the immortal world. Azure Heaven Mystic. As this was not his original name. He changed his name after stepping into cultivation. He even severed all karma with the mortal world. Azure Heaven Mystic was proud and arrogant. He was famous in the heavenly race. He received high treatment in the 2 worlds with the heavenly race's power. In just 1,000 years, rumors already abounded in the immortal world that Azure Heaven Mystic was comparable to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage had become a sage at 30,000 years old. It was not impossible for Azure Heaven Mystic to do it, too. Han Ju smiled when he learned of this. It would indeed be a waste if this kid couldn't attain the Tao in 30,000 years with a Tao creator's inheritance. Han Ju began to observe Azure Heaven Mystic. The fact that Azure Heaven Mystic had joined the heavenly race was equivalent to going under Han Ju. This was probably the outcome after the sages discussed. Otherwise, how could the heavenly race snatch him? Azure Heaven Mystic was extremely talented, but his personality was also extreme. At first, the sages who did not obtain Azure Heaven Mystic were very disappointed, but they were gloating now. Han Ju saw that Azure Heaven Mystic was bullying his fellow disciples. This fellow challenged 10,000 immortal emperors alone. He even humiliated them after attaining victory. He was extremely arrogant. The humiliated immortal emperors didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't defeat him and could only endure. This was not the first time. Ha ha ha, you immortal emperors have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and finally entered the cycle of reincarnation. You don't need to cultivate as mortals. Can you really repay the heavenly race for nurturing you? I would definitely demote all of you to the mortal world to prevent you from embarrassing the heavenly race if I were the heavenly ancestor. A blue-robed youth smiled proudly on a vast platform. 10,000 immortal emperors lying within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. All of them were red in the face and trembling. The blue-robed youth was Azure Heaven Mystic. He was handsome and had a tall figure. His waist was wrapped in a pearl ribbon and he wore cloud boots. He wore a vermilion bird headband and looked like an immortal who had walked out of a painting. A group of heavenly race immortals flew over at this moment. One of the fairies reprimanded him. Azure Heaven Mystic, don't humiliate your fellow disciples. Azure Heaven Mystic glanced at her and said disdainfully, you little girl, what are you shouting for? Come down and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Watch as I, the Emperor Realm, trample on your deity realm and let you, a high and mighty fairy, cry for mercy under my feet. The immortals around the fairy were indignant and cursed. Azure Heaven Mystic was not angry. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. A bunch of ants who only dare to curse. Do you dare to come down and fight? See if I don't beat you all until you die. Azure Heaven Mystic laughed wildly. He actually had the upper hand as he bickered with the other party alone. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. He couldn't be bothered to do anything. After all, a Tao creator was behind him. He didn't hate Azure Heaven Mystic much. Although this person had a foul mouth and was arrogant, he did not kill his fellow disciples. It was worth mentioning that even though Azure Heaven Mystic was so famous, he did not have a single life in his hands. He hadn't even killed worms or plants. He wouldn't step on flowers if he saw them when this kid was young. He would fly if he could. In a sense, Azure Heaven Mystic was the cleanest person in the world. Han Ju stopped looking at him. He teleported to the third Tao field and called Han Qinger into the Taoist temple. Father, what is it? Han Qinger raised her eyebrows and asked in high spirits. Han Ju said, I recently created a mystical power. It will be the signature mystical power of the hidden sect in the future. Do you want to learn it? Han Qinger curled her lips. How powerful can a temporarily created mystical power be? Teach me some ancient mystical power. Thinking highly of ancient creations and belittling modern works. This was the same for all races. Han Ju smiled faintly. Why don't you try in the dream? Han Qinger hurriedly shook her head. I'll learn. I'll learn. Han Ju immediately preached the Tao and taught the mystical power. The lecture ended 200 years later. Han Qinger opened her eyes in shock. There's actually such a mystical power in the world. It's as exquisite and profound as the great Tao. Han Qinger looked at her father in admiration. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Chapter 895 Ji Xianqin's Ambition, Domineering Prodigy. Chapter 895 Ji Xianqin's Ambition, Domineering Prodigy. This palm is too ferocious. Don't use it unless it's a life and death battle, especially against the disciples in the Tao field. Han Ju reminded, afraid that she would act recklessly. Han Qing'er nodded. Don't worry, father. I know what to do. I'm not an arrogant and reckless person. Han Ju smiled and nodded. For some reason, he thought of Azure Heaven Mystic. His arrogance was indeed the highest he had ever seen. He didn't know if it was intentional. He was so arrogant, but there was no karma. It was very strange. Han Ju thought for a moment and opened the simulation trial for Han Qing'er. Then, he introduced it to her so that she could use it in the future. Han Qing'er was very surprised and immediately went forward. The current simulation trial had already copied many experts of all realms, including hidden sect disciples. Several hours later, Han Qing'er opened her eyes and said excitedly, "Father, what mystical power is this? It's so realistic. It's even more realistic than a dream." Han Ju said, "It contains either hidden sect disciples or enemies I've encountered before. It's enough for you to use for countless years." Han Qing'er nodded and left. She returned to her mother's side and continued to immerse herself in the simulation trial. She looked like an internet addict. Han Ju didn't find it funny. After all, his personal disciples were the same back then. They were addicted for hundreds of years or even longer before returning to normal. Visit myboxnovel.com to read, please. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Heavenly Tao, outside the 33rd heaven. In the Heavenly Ancestor Palace. Ji Xianqian stared at the immortals in the hall with a dark expression. They were all heavenly race immortals. Although most of the immortals of the heavenly race lived in the netherworld, as Ji Xianqian attained the Tao, they began to return to the 9th level of the immortal world and secretly compete with the heavenly Tao sect. I asked you to teach Azure Heaven Mystic well, but now, such a joke has happened. Who's responsible for this? Ji Xianqian asked coldly as he scanned everyone. The immortals looked at each other. No one replied. Ji Xianqian said coldly, "Bring me Azure Heaven Mystic. I want to teach him personally." No immortal god refused. They agreed. Ji Xianqian was annoyed. He immediately waved his sleeve and gestured for all the immortals to leave. Although the heavenly race was huge, they did not have any useful immortals. He couldn't help but think of the hidden sect. Should he ask Li Xian'eo to send him some geniuses? The hidden sect had the deepest foundation in the entire immortal world. There were countless geniuses and their forces covered the heavenly Tao. Ji Xianqian closed his eyes and cultivated after the immortals left. Several days later, an immortal god brought Azure Heaven Mystic into the hall and bid farewell. Only Ji Xianqian and Azure Heaven Mystic were left in the hall. Ji Xianqian sized him up and was increasingly satisfied. It had to be said that this kid was indeed talented. Perhaps he could really catch up to his master. Azure Heaven Mystic said proudly, "Why did the sage summon me? Could it be that you want to take me in as your disciple? I've already acknowledged a master and will never acknowledge a second master. Although the sage is far stronger than my master, I can't forget my roots." Ji Xianqian smiled. "Why should I be your master? I'm your ancestor." Azure Heaven Mystic was stunned. Although the heavenly race had sages, they were not of the same lineage. He didn't expect his master to be the disciple of a sage. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." Ji Xianqian asked, "You clearly have great kindness in your heart. Why are you so arrogant and trampling on the dignity of others?" Azure Heaven Mystic looked up. "Ancestor, I can't stand those people. They bully the weak and stick together. I like to target geniuses. I want to see who in the world has greater talent than me." His face was still filled with arrogance. Ji Xianqian was helpless. They would have long died if anyone else dared to speak to a sage like this. This kid was the only one who said that others were bullying people because of their strength and talent, but he did the same thing himself. You'll cultivate in my Dao field for 10,000 years before returning to the immortal world, Ji Xianchen said seriously. He already had a plan. He wanted Azure Heaven Mystic to participate in the chaotic assembly. Although this kid started late, his potential was vast. It was just like his master who had become the strongest in the chaos after millions of years. Azure Heaven Mystic hesitated for a moment and said, "All right. Thank you, Ancestor." Ji Xianchen waved his right hand and a mat landed in front of him. Azure Heaven Mystic understood and walked forward to sit down. Time passed quickly. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju was still in seclusion, but the Azure Heaven Mystic had already come out. In the past 10,000 years, other than cultivating Dao techniques, Ji Xianchen had also taught him many mystical powers. Azure Heaven Mystic's cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 6th Mystic Divine Origin and was only a step away from the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. This was even after he had spent a lot of time on mystical powers and comprehension. Otherwise, breaking through to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm in 10,000 years would definitely not be difficult. Azure Heaven Mystic flew out of the Heavenly Ancestor Palace. He had changed into a white robe and had a heroic figure. His temperament was extraordinary. One could feel the aura of a prodigy just by looking at his figure. He didn't leave the 33rd heaven immediately but wandered nearby. He had come in a hurry and had yet to see this sky that only belonged to sages. The 33rd heaven was vast, with dozens of Dao field. As he flew, he occasionally encountered Dao seekers who looked at him in surprise. How dare a deity realm cultivator come to the 33rd heaven? He was tempting fate. The cultivators who could come here were at least Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Otherwise, they were not qualified to go to the Sage Dao field to seek the Dao. Azure Heaven Mystic didn't know what they were thinking and did not disturb them. Azure Heaven Mystic bent down and rushed towards the immortal world after walking through all the Sage Dao field. A figure sped over and stopped him after passing through more than 10 layers of sky. It was a beautiful woman in a purple-red immortal dress. Her hair was slightly messy, and spots of blood could be seen on her body. She looked terrified. "Fellow Daoist, please save me," the woman said anxiously. Azure Heaven Mystic frowned. The woman said, "I'm a heavenly Dao immortal god. I offended the disciples of the Jia school. They're chasing after me." Azure Heaven Mystic said, "Oh. I'll definitely thank you in the future as long as you can save me. Get lost." The woman in the immortal dress was stunned. At this moment, more than 10 disciples of the Jia school flew over on their swords. "Demon, where are you running to?" shouted angrily the middle-aged man in the lead holding a pagoda. Then, a green light shot out from the pagoda towards Azure Heaven Mystic and the woman. Azure Heaven Mystic's eyes narrowed. He turned around, and a vertical eye opened between his brows. Golden light shot out from his eyes and destroyed the green light of the pagoda. "Who are you? How dare you stop the Jia school?" the middle-aged man asked angrily. The other disciples stopped and waited. The woman in the immortal dress said anxiously, "Fellow Daoist, they are after my Dharma treasure. You have to save." Azure Heaven Mystic turned around and slapped her before she could finish speaking, causing her to vomit blood and fly out, piercing through the clouds. Azure Heaven Mystic said disdainfully, "Nonsense. Don't wander the immortal world if you don't have the ability." He turned to look at the group of the Jia school disciples and said, "I hate people who bully others the most. It's your fate to meet me today. I'll teach you a lesson. Come at me together." Chapter 896 Trapped Will. Chapter 896 Trapped Will. The disciples of the Jia school were naturally furious as they faced the unruly Azure Heaven Mystic. They took out their Dharma treasures and cast spells at him. "Good timing. I'll let you see what invincible means today." Azure Heaven Mystic laughed wildly. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened. Shadows of divine light flew out from it at an extremely fast speed, passing through the bodies of the Jie school disciples. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with divine light shadows. The posture of each shadow was different, as if different moves were being disassembled. The Jie school disciples couldn't move. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Azure Heaven Mystic smiled disdainfully and left. He had just descended from the clouds when a blood mist bloomed above his head. Screams sounded. In the Taoist temple of the third Tao field. Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. 100,000 years had passed. The primordial world expanded again. The nebulous primordial qi was becoming denser. The fiend celestial qi had already separated and were far away from each other. Perhaps the depths of Han Ju's soul would also be the beginning of another era if the primordial world could really become the primordial world and the 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials were successfully nurtured. Han Ju couldn't help but think of the ninth chaos. Could the chaos he was in be the ninth chaos soul? Visit myboxnovel.com to read, please. That would be too terrifying. Han Ju could control every corner of the primordial world and could even use his will to control space and other rules. He could even use the primordial world to kill it with a thought if a fiend celestial wanted to harm him. He had absolute control over his world. I can't rashly offend the ninth chaos or destroy it unless I reach the Creator Lord realm. Han Ju thought silently and checked the emails. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by a Dao Devil, X89211092, your disciple, your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has entered the bottom of the chaos. Your good friend Ultimate God of Punishment's soul wandered outside the chaos. He has comprehended the true meaning of chaos and his cultivation has increased. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was cursed by a mysterious curse. His will is trapped. His circle of friends began to stir again. Many people were injured. Han Ju was attracted by the Ultimate God of Punishment's move. He could even comprehend the true meaning of chaos outside the chaos. What was going on? The Ultimate God of Punishment had finally become the leader of the divine spirits. Why didn't he cultivate in peace and still go out to travel? To be honest, Han Ju liked the Ultimate God of Punishment. The chaos could be peaceful for longer with him around. He wouldn't touch the Ultimate God of Punishment and continue to let him be the leader of the divine spirits even if Han Ju surpassed the Tao Creator realm if peace could really last. Han Ju inexplicably felt that the Ultimate God of Punishment would fail. Sigh. He couldn't care less. Han Ju continued to read the emails. Divine Lord Peacock had run to the Ancient Desolate. Why? Han Ju remembered it. After reading all the emails, his will jumped to the chaos. Looking down at the chaos, his gaze landed on the Ancient Desolate. From a macro point of view, the Ancient Desolate was not far from the Heavenly Tao. They were both domains under the Divine Robe Taoist. The Ancient Desolate was very mysterious. It was one of the places in the chaos that could not be spied on. Han Ju carefully observed the Ancient Desolate, wanting to see through it. The Ancient Desolate seemed to be enveloped by a black mist. A tail could be vaguely seen churning, but it also seemed like an illusion. There's something in the Ancient Desolate that can actually trap the will of a great Tao sage. It's at least a great Tao Supreme, right? Han Ju thought silently. It couldn't hide the prying of a great Tao Supreme if there was no great Tao Supreme. Han Ju's will retreated to his body after observing for a while. He teleported into the 100-peak Immortal River and arrived at the third Tao field. With a wave of his right hand, he brought Su Qi, Ji Xianshen, Long Hao, Li Xianao, Han Yu, Qin Ling, Fang Liang, and Yang Tiandong into the Taoist temple. The interior of the Taoist temple had already expanded and was enough to accommodate so many people. The sages opened their eyes and hurriedly knelt when they saw Han Ju. They were shocked. They knew that Han Ju was very strong, far stronger than them, but they didn't expect to be caught off guard and moved into his Taoist temple. This was too exaggerated. Han Ju said, "I'll teach you a mystical power today. This is a mystical power I created for the hidden sect. It can't be taught to others or your disciples. I'll cripple you if you spread it." The sages promised solemnly. They were looking forward to it. For him to preach so solemnly, it must be an impressive mystical power. Han Ju began to preach. The sages woke up 100 years later, and they had already returned to their respective Tao field. They recalled the divine might great heaven palm with shock. What a domineering mystical power. Their hearts burned with reverence for Han Ju. On the other side, in the main Tao field, Han Ju didn't leave. He looked at the immortal world next. After 100,000 years, Azure Heaven Mystic was already a pseudo-sage, but he had yet to attain the Tao. The reason was that the recent heavenly Tao did not have a sage position available. Azure Heaven Mystic was born in the heavenly Tao and grew in it. He had to rely on the heavenly Tao's providence to become a sage. Han Ju was different. He had always cultivated in the Tao field in the past and all his resources depended on the system. The heavenly Tao's providence he received was directly suppressed in the primordial world. Tao's sovereign, Zhou Fan, and the others left the heavenly Tao to search for opportunities alone and use their strength to attain the Tao. Azure Heaven Mystic also wanted to leave the heavenly Tao, but the sages did not let him. This fellow was too talented and could not be abducted by other worlds. They comforted Azure Heaven Mystic that the next sage position would definitely be given to him. He had been persuaded several times, but he could only wait. It would take time no matter how fast the new sage position appeared. Azure Heaven Mystic couldn't wait anymore. Han Ju happened to see Azure Heaven Mystic changing his identity and heading to Chaotic City, wanting to leave through the chaotic heavenly road. As a pseudo-sage, Azure Heaven Mystic's transformation technique was very powerful. Only sages could see through it. As it happened, sages were staring at him at this moment. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate stopped him and brought him to his Tao field. He chatted with him warmly and discussed the Tao with him to stall for time. It wasn't good for him to slap a smiling face. Azure Heaven Mystic could only force himself to discuss the Tao. Han Ju almost laughed upon seeing this scene. Looks like these guys want him to participate in the chaotic assembly. Han Ju thought silently. He had no intention of taking in another disciple. This fellow's karma was too great, so great that he didn't dare to tell the sages about this. However, he couldn't let Azure Heaven Mystic dominate the chaotic assembly. In that case, wouldn't it be falling into the chaotic consciousness trap? Azure Heaven Mystic's reputation and status would increase exponentially when he represented the heavenly Tao to become the peak of the chaotic era. He might become the heavenly Tao's leader. Han Ju would definitely be discovered by the chaotic consciousness if he used the primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju couldn't directly contact Azure Heaven Mystic before reaching the level of Tao Creator. So, he thought of another way. He wanted Jiang Juesher to step on Azure Heaven Mystic to ascend. Jiang Juesher was far from 100 million years old in this life. He was young enough to participate in the chaotic assembly. Han Ju returned to the third Tao field and visited Jiang Juesher in his dreams. Chapter 897 6 million years old, only one piece missing. Chapter 897 6 million years old, only one piece missing in the dream. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and saw Han Ju, who was shining with divine light. He immediately bowed. He had been looking forward to the next lecture ever since the last one. The great Tao of extreme origin was too exquisite, finally allowing him to see the hope of attaining the great Tao. Han Ju said, your cultivation has been good recently. Jiang Juesher said humbly, thank you for your lecture, senior. Han Ju asked, what's your cultivation goal? Jiang Juesher was stunned. All living beings have spirits. With spirits, they have hearts. With hearts, they have motives and expectations. Their hearts will have motives in advance before doing anything. You're still cultivating now. What do you want? Han Ju asked casually. These words struck Jiang Juesher's heart. He said, I want to reach the highest realm of cultivation. I want to revive an old friend. Han Ju said, cultivation is endless. Your realm will constantly increase as long as you keep cultivating. As for reviving your old friends, there's a chance now. The chaos will launch a chaotic assembly. If you become a great Tao divine spirit, reviving a person is as easy as flipping your palm. Jiang Juesher's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked about the chaotic assembly. Han Ju told the truth. Jiang Juesher's blood boiled after learning the details. Visit Maibo X novel. Com, to read, please. This was an unprecedented gathering of geniuses. As expected of the chaotic assembly, Jiang Juesher would definitely hesitate if it was the previous him. After all, he didn't have a backing. He would most likely attract calamity if he stood out. However, it was different now. This senior could be his backing. Senior, Jiang Juesher hesitated. There were some things he had never said and was embarrassed about. Han Ju asked, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Jiang Juesher secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Be it in the heavenly Tao or the chaos, there was no relationship more stable than master and disciple. It even surpassed that of father and son. Father and son were only karma from birth. Master and disciple formed karma from pursuing the Tao. Jiang Juesher immediately knelt and kowtowed. Greetings, master. Everything happened smoothly. Han Ju received his favorability. Han Ju said, since you're my disciple, I'll teach you a mystical power. This mystical power is enough to let you dominate the chaos. Jiang Juesher was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju began to preach the Tao, naturally teaching the divine might great heaven palm. The lecture ended 100 years later. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and smiled. Liu Bei seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and saw his smile. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I've acknowledged that senior as my master, Jiang Juesher said softly. He was extremely excited. What a domineering divine might great heaven palm. Destroy everything. Simple and fierce. They could skip all the fancy mystical powers if they cultivated to the extreme. No matter how many mystical powers one had, they would destroy them with a palm. Jiang Juesher was even more respectful towards Han Ju. Liu Bei smiled. Congratulations. Jiang Juesher smiled. We're fellow disciples from now on. Senior. Liu Bei shook his head. We're considered fellow sect members, but not fellow disciples. Why? To be honest, I'm actually this senior's clone. He's the main body. In terms of seniority, I'm also a generation older than you. Clone. Jiang Juesher widened his eyes and looked at him with a completely different gaze. Liu Bei was secretly pleased. He had endured for a long time and could finally posture. Jiang Juesher sighed. I see. It's all because of master's favor. He was still very touched when he thought about it. In order to accept him, his master had first given him a favor and only accepted him after he was willing to acknowledge him as his master. Such magnanimity was admirable. He couldn't help but ask, who is my master? Liu Bei was silent. At this moment, Han Ju's voice entered his ears, allowing him to reveal his identity. Heavenly Tao, divine might heavenly sage. Have you heard of him? Jiang Juesher was moved. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. This name was like thunder. Especially to the heavenly Tao lifeforms, it was even more of a legend. Jiang Juesher also admired the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, but the difference between the two was too great. He knew that he couldn't come into contact with him. He recalled something else. One of the initiators of the chaotic assembly was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. His heart burned. In other words, he could freely display his talent in the chaotic assembly and not be afraid of being plotted against. Who would dare to hurt him in the endless chaos with the Divine Might Heavenly Sage protecting him? Jiang Juesher was touched. He had felt that his potential was enough to match his master, but his master was the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, so it was different. This was the strongest person in the chaos. At least, that was what most cultivators thought. How could such an expert lack prodigies as disciples? Jiang Juesher took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. He couldn't embarrass the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Becoming one of the 10 absolutes of the chaos was necessary. He still had to try his best to fight for the eternal peak of the chaos. Time passed quickly. Hundreds of thousands of years later. Detected that you are 6 million years old and your life has taken a step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and open the primordial chaos in the chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju opened his eyes. There was no difference in the reward this time. His heart wouldn't ache no matter the choice he made. He immediately chose the second option. He now had 8 primordial fragments. In other words, he would be able to perform a primordial chaos great creation in 1,000,000 years. Han Ju was excited. Son! You're about to be born. Han Ju suddenly thought that his son might still have a chance to participate in the chaotic assembly. There were still 9 million years until the assembly. His son had 8 million years to catch up. No one had seen a true primordial fiend celestial other than Han Ju in this world. He might not be exposed as long as his son was not arrogant. Han Ju thought of the future that he had deduced previously. It seemed difficult not to become arrogant. Forget it, he would see in the future. Anyway, Han Ju had a safe card to play with Jiang Juesher around. He took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi before continuing to cultivate. He prepared to break through in the next 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years wouldn't be long as he entered seclusion for a long time. Time passed quickly. Under the blue sky. On the stone platform. The 5 divine punishers stood in front of the ultimate god of punishment. Han Tuo reported the information about the ancient desolate. After he finished speaking, the ultimate god of punishment asked casually, in other words, there's an existence that surpasses the great Tao sage realm hidden in the ancient desolate, and you don't know his identity? Han Tuo's expression darkened. That's right. If not for us being in the great Tao realm, we probably wouldn't have been able to come out. A great Tao sage called Divine Lord Peacock was forcefully suppressed by that ancient existence and said that he wanted his will to sink there forever. The ultimate god of punishment fell into deep thought. Etian said, Exalted God, don't ask us to go to the ancient desolate anymore. That place is even more terrifying than the bottom of the chaos. There are too many Tao devils. The ultimate god of punishment frowned and asked, Tao devils? Etian nodded. It feels like the ancient desolate has more living beings than the heavenly Tao. Damn it, I don't know where they came from. Chapter 898 Rushing to 7 million years old. Chapter 898 Rushing to 7 million years old. Speaking of which, the Tao devils are indeed worth our attention. Some powerful Tao devils are even comparable to great Tao sages. The weakest is at the immortal Emperor realm, Han Tua muttered. The other three divine punishers nodded. Clearly, they had suffered greatly from the Tao devils. The ultimate god of punishment thought for a moment and said, "That's all. All of you can go and prepare for the chaotic assembly. Someone must definitely enter the chaotic 10 absolutes at this meeting, understand?" The 5 divine punishers bowed. The ultimate god of punishment waved his sleeve, and the 5 divine punishers immediately retreated. The ultimate god's face turned cold after they left. "Tao devil. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're indeed making a comeback," the ultimate god of punishment muttered to himself, his eyes filled with hatred. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. The thing he was most concerned about now was still the chaotic assembly. This event had to be done well. This would be the first step to changing the chaos. The 5 divine punishers were only for supervision. He still had to make a huge move if he wanted to truly change the chaos. In the welcoming sacred palace, the foolish sword sage and sect master Tian Ju stared at Azure Heaven Mystic. Azure Heaven Mystic became a heavenly Tao sage hundreds of thousands of years ago. After that, he was like a wild horse that had lost its reins. He couldn't stop and cultivated crazily. Now, he had already reached the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. At this moment, Azure Heaven Mystic was breaking through to the perfected realm. Sect Master Tian Ju sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The heavenly Tao will definitely achieve something in the chaotic assembly. Visit Maibo X novel. Com, to read, please. The foolish sword sage said, "This kid's potential is indeed impressive. It's not difficult for him to enter the chaotic 10 absolutes. As for the eternal peak of the chaotic era, it's hard to say." Sect Master Tian Ju asked in surprise, "The heavenly Tao is the most enlightened in the chaos. It's rare for geniuses in the chaos to have an environment as blessed as the heavenly Tao." Foolish sword sage shook his head. Sometimes, potential is enough. No matter how good the environment of the heavenly Tao is, it can't compare to a great Tao. Sect Master Tian Ju was silent. "Although I often brag about my talent, I've encountered many existences who are more outstanding than me on my path of growth. It's just that they died young, and I survived. It's easier for geniuses to grow now that the chaos is peaceful. Perhaps an existence that can shock the world will emerge. Azure Heaven Mystic is one of them, but it's hard to say that he's the most outstanding." The foolish sword sage sighed. There was something he did not say. For example, the divine might heavenly sage. Azure Heaven Mystic's cultivation speed was fast, but that was only his cultivation talent. His combat talent was also important. Just like the divine might heavenly sage, he felt that no matter how many enemies came in the same realm, they were not his match. The foolish sword sage would never forget the scene of Han Ju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. Sect Master Tian Ju nodded. That makes sense. However, being able to become one of the chaotic 10 absolutes can be considered bringing honor to the heavenly Tao. The foolish sword sage nodded. Azure Heaven Mystic was still in the midst of an epiphany and did not hear their conversation. Even in the midst of breaking through, Azure Heaven Mystic still had a proud expression and was in high spirits. This was only a start. Not only the heavenly Tao, but the entire chaos had begun to prepare for the chaotic assembly. The chaotic assembly had already become the most widespread topic in the chaos under the push of all the great Tao divine spirits. The 10 absolutes and the eternal peak of the chaos were already famous before they were even born. In the mysterious world, mist filled the air. Divine Lord Peacock sat in front of a stone tablet. Mountains could be seen in all directions. They were like giant demons under the cover of the fog. At this moment, Divine Lord Peacock slowly opened his eyes and said, "Old thing, how long are you going to imprison me? Let me tell you, I have a backer." His gaze landed on the stone tablet in front of him. This stone tablet was like dead wood. It was bleeding and looked terrifying. No one answered him. Divine Lord Peacock was angry, but he couldn't move and could only give up. He had thought of asking the Dark Forbidden Lord for help again, but he did not dare when he thought of how the Dark Forbidden Lord was already very disappointed in him. The Dark Forbidden Lord wanted him to cultivate well. In order to contribute and be in danger, he had to trouble the Dark Forbidden Lord. Thinking of this, Divine Lord Peacock was even more furious and hated his incompetence. He suddenly realized that it was not unreasonable for him to waste his life. Previously, he had been stuck before the Great Tao realm. His potential was strong, but he had wasted too much time. The more Divine Lord Peacock thought about it, the more depressed he became. He was really useless. No. I can't do this. Divine Lord Peacock adjusted his state of mind. His gaze became firm when he opened his eyes again. Time passed. Universe of Stars, Third Tao Field. Under the old tree. Han Qing'er stretched lazily and opened her eyes. Mother, how many years has it been? Qing'er opened her eyes and said, You've been in seclusion for almost 100,000 years, right? Han Qing'er shook her head. I'm asking how long father has been in seclusion. She had never left the temple ever since Han Ju taught her the divine might Great Heaven Palm. She would have been worried if not for the fact that she had seen him several times. I don't know, either. It might have been 1,000,000 years. Qing'er shook her head. She had already attained the primordial chaos Tao fruit after so many years. As time passed, she became used to such a cultivation life. She could understand Han Ju now. Time really lost its meaning after reaching the sage realm. Han Qing'er muttered, What happened this time? Father used to be in seclusion for 100,000 years. Why didn't he exit seclusion after so long? Did something happen? Qing'er asked nervously, What did your father tell you? No, I'm just guessing. Don't worry, mother. Nothing will happen to father. I'm talking about what happened. My father is so powerful, he'll definitely be fine. I'm just curious why he's in seclusion for so long. Perhaps he's about to break through. Han Qing'er consoled her. She knew her father's identity. He was the strongest in the chaos. Qing'er could only relax. The mother and daughter quickly entered cultivation again. At the same time, in the Taoist temple, Han Ju was still immersed in cultivation. He had never been in seclusion for so long. The primordial world had already expanded several times. Embryonic figures had already formed in the fiend celestial qi. At this rate, Han Ju wouldn't need creation spirit stones in the future to create fiend celestials anymore. The chaotic fiend celestial transformed from the creation spirit stone obtained on his 6 millionth birthday was still in the primordial world. Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation level had increased greatly, but there was still time to break through. He discovered that only 800,000 years had passed. He was still a distance away from his 7 millionth birthday. Son, you can come out in another 200,000 years, Han Ju muttered to himself. He was feeling touched. He was really fighting for his son. He checked his interpersonal relationships. His friends were still around, which meant that they were fine. He continued to cultivate in seclusion and waited for the 7 millionth birthday. The system displayed his origin lifespan. It was useless even if he used the rules of time to speed up the time in the Taoist temple. Therefore, he could only endure it. Chapter 899 Primordial Chaos Great Creation. Chapter 899 Primordial Chaos Great Creation 10,000 years was a long time for most cultivators, but not for Han Ju. Time passed quickly. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 7 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and head to the blank domain outside the chaos to open the primordial chaos. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the system would stop him and deliberately not give him the primordial fragment. Fortunately, he had been overthinking. The first option changed this time. It was to head to the blank domain to create the primordial chaos. There were no living beings in the blank domain. It was equivalent to death. Han Ju was worried that the Tao creators were hiding in the blank domain, so he still didn't dare to go there. Will the Tao creators notice if I go to the blank domain to create the primordial chaos? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Visit myb0xnov.com to read, please. Yes, Han Ju immediately chose the second option. He first took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi. Then, he teleported to the second Tao field and released the chaotic fiend celestial he had created previously and called Murong Chi to receive him. Master, you're finally here. I thought you had forgotten about us. Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and pretended to be aggrieved after Murong Chi left. Han Ju patted her head and smiled. How can that be? I'm just busy cultivating. As for you, why is the difference between you and Li Yao getting greater and greater? Tao Comprehension Sword's pretty face immediately collapsed. She said helplessly, how can I compare to Sister Li Yao? She's too abnormal, just like you. No, she has too much cultivation determination. Han Ju's gaze landed on Li Yao. She was sitting on a mat and staring at him. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt a hint of gentleness in Li Yao's eyes. Han Ju chatted with them for a while before quickly returning to the main Tao field. Nothing else mattered. The most important thing now was to increase his bloodline. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and took out 9 primordial fragments. The 9 primordial fragments circled in the air like great Tao fragments and began to fuse on their own. Purple light flickered, causing the light and darkness in the temple to change. Han Ju waited nervously. Whoosh! A slight explosion sounded. The 9 primordial fragments fused into one and collided between Han Ju's eyebrows. In an instant, his consciousness arrived in a purple space. Endless nebulous primordial chi filled the surroundings. Please choose the primordial chaos great creation you want. This line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. It asked him to choose, but there was no choice given. No choice was the best choice. I want my bloodline to evolve. A line of words appeared in front of him. Your bloodline is the stellar primordial body. You are a primordial fiend celestial and will evolve into an unknown bloodline. Do you want to continue? There might be danger since it was the unknown. Han Ju asked in his mind, will I suffer a backlash? The primordial chaos great creation is the supreme power of creation. There will be no side effects. Then continue. Han Ju was filled with anticipation. The moment he made a decision, the surrounding purple space suddenly shrank. He felt his will explode and his consciousness fell into chaos. It was like a dream. Han Ju dreamed that he was born and moved forward in a confusing place. There was no beginning or end. In the dream, he kept moving forward and never stopped. At the same time, the ground of the third Tao field shook violently. A torrent of spirit chi entered Han Ju's body. Not only the third Tao field, but the spirit chi and connate chi of the main Tao field and the second Tao field were also all extracted and poured into his body. In the universe of stars, countless stars trembled, startling Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei, who were cultivating. What's going on? Are there enemies? Jiang Juesher asked in a low voice, but his sage sense could not capture any other aura. Liu Bei noticed that the commotion came from the third Dao field. He immediately knew what was going on. Perhaps your master is breaking through. Don't worry. Jiang Juesher asked in surprise, he's already the strongest in the chaos. He can still break through. Why do you think he accepted you? Is it really because of your talent? No, he just admires your cultivation attitude. Like him, you spent most of your life cultivating and seldom went out to adventure. It felt like seeing his other self when he saw you. Do you get it? Liu Bei said seriously. Jiang Juesher was enlightened and felt deep veneration for Han Ju. He asked himself, could I still cultivate diligently if I was the strongest in the chaos? Heavenly Tao, 33rd Heaven. The sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Divine Might Buddha asked anxiously, what's going on? The spirit qi of the entire Heavenly Tao is being absorbed. The other sages also said that it was not only spirit qi. Even the rules of the Heavenly Tao and the River of Destiny were fluctuating, as if they would collapse at any moment. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stared at the immortal world and suddenly said, the commotion came from the 100-peak immortal river. It should be related to the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Everyone, don't panic. Divine Might Heavenly Sage. The sages instantly quietened down, and the worry in their hearts vanished. Long Hao smiled proudly. My master must be breaking through or creating a mystical power. No matter what, the stronger my master is, the safer the Heavenly Tao will be. The sages nodded. They would definitely suspect the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's ambitions if it was in the past. However, it was too easy for him to take control after so many tribulations. However, he had never taken the initiative to dominate. Although there were many geniuses of the hidden sect in the sage circle, these geniuses were indeed powerful. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage did not say that he had to join the hidden sect to attain the Tao. Compared to the Heavenly Tao ruled by the Tao ancestor in the past, the current Heavenly Tao was too free for sages. There were no rules, and it was not so obvious to scheme. The sages had to work hard for the Heavenly Tao's development. Azure Heaven Mystic couldn't help but ask, what is Divine Might Heavenly Sage's realm? Great Tao Sage? The old school sages laughed. Azure Heaven Mystic was offended and said angrily, I'm a new sage. You don't let me go to the chaos, so I naturally don't understand. The foolish sword sage said, I'm an existence that surpasses the great Tao Sage realm, and the Divine Might Heavenly Sage can easily kill me. What realm do you think he is at? Azure Heaven Mystic was stunned. He wasn't the only one. The other sages were also shocked. This was the first time the foolish sword sage had revealed his cultivation level. Surpassing the great Tao Sage realm. Previously, the sages had always thought that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, the foolish sword sage, Red Fate, and great sage Void Soul were all great Tao sages and that there was just a difference in strength between them. They didn't expect that there was a realm above the great Tao Sage realm. On the other side, in the Taoist temple of the third Tao field, Han Ju slowly opened his eyes. The universe of stars and the heavenly Tao returned to normal. At this moment, his entire body emitted a dense purple light. His eyes were cold and his black hair fluttered, making him look otherworldly. Chapter 900 Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. Chapter 900 Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial in the purple light. Han Ju slowly looked up. He could feel his transformation. His body was sublimating. An unprecedented power was tempering his muscles and bones. The primordial world in the depths of his soul expanded crazily and was unstoppable. Gradually, Han Ju's skin turned purple. His black hair lost its color, and only wisps of white light swayed. His eyes became strange, like two universes with stars. Han Ju felt the changes in his body. He was extremely happy and didn't feel any pain. This was an extreme experience. It was unprecedentedly wonderful, surpassing all joy. His will jumped above the chaos and stood higher than before, looking down at the entire chaos. The chaos became tiny. At first glance, the chaos was surrounded by endless blankness. It was like an ink dot on a piece of white paper, and this white paper was endless. At this moment, the black dot in the chaos began to change. It quickly expanded as if time had accelerated. When the chaos reached a certain size, it suddenly shattered and transformed into countless purple fragments that spread throughout the blank domain. These purple fragments scattered like purple mist and quickly burned through the entire blank domain. Could this be the primordial chaos? Was everything just a manifestation of space-time reversal? After the purple mist filled the blank domain, the entire primordial chaos began to shrink. Even the blank domain no longer existed. Soon, the primordial chaos was as big as before. It shrank into chaos, like a drop of purple ink, and the surroundings were absolute darkness. Nothingness. Visit myb0xnov.com to read, please. How was the primordial chaos born? This thought appeared in Han Ju's mind, and he began to look forward to the next change. The primordial chaos was still shrinking. After a long time, it finally stopped shrinking, but Han Ju was shocked. The primordial chaos was actually formed by a human head. It was a hairless purple head with 9 eyes. Its eyes were empty and it had no nose or mouth. What was that? Han Ju was curious. Then, everything in front of him shattered. His consciousness returned to reality. His physical transformation ended. Your stellar primordial body has been upgraded to the Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. Extreme Tao Ultimate Origin Body. Han Ju checked his attributes list and discovered that the words Primordial Fiend Celestial had become the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. Above the primordial chaos was the Ultimate Origin. Han Ju was secretly puzzled. Wasn't this a brand new physique? Why couldn't he name it personally? I want to know if there was an Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial in the past. Han Ju asked in his mind. No, it has never appeared. It's just that an existence has raised a hypothesis regarding it. The system evolved and created the physique based on this hypothesis, so it's called the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. Who made the hypothesis? The previous Primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Ju was enlightened. The previous Primordial Fiend Celestial had also wanted to break through the limits, but its mystical power was no match for fate and it still failed. Was no from the looks of it, the system was related to the previous Primordial Fiend Celestial. Could the system be created by the previous Primordial Fiend Celestial? Han Ju continued to ask in his mind. No. How deep was the system's background? Han Ju could only suppress his confusion. He couldn't ask the system, anyway. He began to comprehend the changes in his body. The supreme power had transformed into another even stronger power and was temporarily determined to be the ultimate origin power. His body was condensed from the power of the final essence and had already exceeded the definition of the body. His soul was no longer single. He discovered that he could easily create countless souls that could be controlled by his will. The primordial world in the depths of his soul was 100 times larger than before. It was contained in the depths of his will and not his soul space. The purple light on Han Ju's body began to change and finally turned into a red light. The red light shrank and he quickly returned to his original appearance. However, strange red patterns appeared on his forehead. His pupils were bright red and his white hair fell off. A shrunken sea of stars appeared above his head. It was actually the miniature version of the primordial world. Bald? I became a Buddha. Han Ju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a thought, black hair grew out of his head and the red patterns on his forehead faded. Only the color of his pupils couldn't change. His eyes could release the ultimate origin power. His strength would decrease greatly once he closed his eyes. He naturally wouldn't hide them in order to maintain his peak state. Just like that, Han Ju looked no different from before, but his pupils had changed color. Excited, he entered the simulation trial and started the challenge. 25,000 Great Tao Supreme Realm Foolish Sword Sages. Instant kill. 30,000, insta-kill. 30,000, insta-kill. 50,000, insta-kill. Han Ju kept increasing the number of foolish sword sages. He used the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm to activate the ultimate origin power and directly destroyed all enemies. The ultimate origin power was so domineering. It completely released the power of the Divine Might Great Heaven Palm. 80,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. 100,000 foolish sword sages were insta-killed. Awesome! Han Ju was filled with heroism. He used his full strength every time he waved his palm. It was satisfying, and the endless power of ultimate essence crushed everything. 100,000 foolish sword sages was not the limit. Han Ju wanted to continue, but he felt something and suddenly stood up, teleporting to the main Dao field. He followed Xing Hongxian to her Daoist temple. At this moment, Xing Hongxian was holding her abdomen. It was growing larger and was clearly throbbing. Han Ju felt a strong vitality. It was his son. His son was finally about to be born now that he was no longer the primordial fiend celestial. Xing Hongxian was originally very flustered, but she immediately felt at ease when she saw Han Ju. Husband. I think I'm about to give birth, Xing Hongxian said softly with a trembling voice. She was already a sage and should not be afraid, but this kid's vitality was really exuberant. He was still accumulating a force that was enough to tear her apart. How could she not panic? Han Ju came in front of her and placed his hand on her belly. He wrapped the fetus with the ultimate origin power to prevent the fetus power from injuring its mother. This kid, Han Ju was suddenly moved. He discovered that the fetus was becoming stronger crazily and even wanted to absorb his ultimate origin power. However, how could his ultimate origin power be absorbed by the primordial fiend celestial? Han Ju had no choice but to weaken his strength and convert a portion of the ultimate origin power into ordinary supreme power for his son to absorb. At the same time, in the third Dao field, under the old tree, Han Qing'er suddenly clutched her chest and frowned. Qing'er noticed her abnormality and asked, Qing'er, what's wrong? Mother, I feel suffocated for some reason. I feel like a calamity is coming, Han Qing'er said carefully, her face turning pale. She was not the only one. In the depths of the chaos, Han Tuo, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. His face was also pale. However, unlike Han Qing'er, he already knew of his younger brother's existence. He first thought of his younger brother whom he had never met. What's that kid doing now? Han Tuo muttered to himself. Fortunately, Yi Tian was not at his side. Otherwise, that fellow would start nagging again. On the other side. Heavenly Dao, Buzhou Palace. Han Yu opened his eyes and clutched his chest. Beside him, a woman in green was meditating. Sensing his heavy breathing, she opened her eyes and looked at him. Senior, what's wrong? The woman in green asked in confusion. Han Yu was a sage, after all, so she didn't expect him to feel unwell. Chapter 901 Pioneer, Born as Freedom. Chapter 901 Pioneer, Born as Freedom. Nothing. I'm just feeling uneasy, Han Yu replied casually and put down his hand. He suppressed his discomfort. He was puzzled. Why was this happening? He could only wait uneasily. At this moment, he didn't know who to ask for help. Besides, there was no fatal danger. At the same time, in the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju was still helping Xing Hongxian give birth. Her abdomen was already the size of a normal 10-month pregnancy. It was still beating. The fetus was very lively. Every time it beat, it would cause thunder to rumble. It appeared out of thin air and was deafening. Xing Hongxian was surprised. She asked excitedly, "Our son must be impressive. This commotion feels like it's going to burst my stomach." Han Ju was speechless. What was this? Xing Hongxian was relieved because of his help, and she even began to look forward to her son's potential. Han Ju kept transforming ultimate origin power into supreme power for his son to absorb. It was equivalent to imparting strength. This kid's primordial physique was indeed impressive. Han Ju's stellar primordial body was not so domineering. The stellar primordial body was mainly to create the primordial world. Could it be that his son's physique was to absorb? Han Ju didn't know and was looking forward to it. Please read on website, myboxin0vl.com. Husband, what do you think our son's name should be? Yes, let's call him Han Huang. It means pioneer. Pioneer? Of what? Xing Hongxian asked curiously. It was naturally the pioneer who would open the primordial chaos. However, Han Ju couldn't say it directly. He only said, "It means he'll explore the world." Xing Hongxian was enlightened. This name doesn't sound good, but the meaning is all right. I'll listen to you. At this point, his youngest son had a new name, Han Huang. As Han Huang continued to absorb the supreme power, the providence cloud at the top of the heavenly Tao surged violently. It was terrifying, as if a calamity had descended. The sages gathered in the universal hall. They were all flustered. The previous phenomenon had just ended when a new one appeared. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Han Ju, "Heavenly Sage, sorry to disturb you. The heavenly Tao is abnormal. You have to see what happened." Han Ju replied, "Don't panic. I'm just creating a mystical power. It won't endanger the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly told the other sages about this. The sages were relieved. The foolish sword sage frowned. He was really creating a mystical power. No. He couldn't allow him to pull further apart. The foolish sword sage immediately disappeared and returned to his Tao field to cultivate. He seemed to be convinced by Han Ju, but he had always had the ambition to surpass him. Days passed. The providence at the top of the heavenly Tao kept surging. Fortunately, it did not affect the myriad worlds. Xing Hongxian was finally about to give birth after 10 months. Han Ju was personally responsible for delivering the baby. The process was not difficult. Soon, Han Huang was born. A golden light flashed in Han Ju's arms. In the golden light was a fetus. Its body was golden and its eyes were like purple crystals. Its facial features were exquisite, but it looked quite strange overall. Wah! A loud cry sounded like a thunderclap. The entire heavenly Tao and even the living beings in the chaotic domain controlled by the divine robe Taoist could hear it. Han Ju was shocked. Why was he crying so loudly? He hurriedly used the ultimate origin power to isolate the 100-peak immortal river. A golden light pierced through the Taoist temple, through the array formation of the Tao field, and shot into the sky. It pierced through the 33rd heaven and broke through the top of the heavenly Tao. It rushed all the way up as if it wanted to break through the peak of the chaos. Han Ju was helpless. He couldn't stop this kid. 3 pure sacred world. The 3 pure sages were discussing the Tao when they were interrupted by Han Huang's cries. They had just stopped when the cries stopped. The crying just now, the heavenly sect master narrowed his eyes. Laozi counted with his fingers and said, "A prodigy has appeared in the heavenly Tao." The heavenly lord of primordial beginning asked curiously, "What prodigy? How can the cries reach here?" "From the sound, he's just born." "That's right. He was just born. His cultivation level, Lousy frowned. After a pause, he continued, he's born as freedom. It's unprecedented. Born as freedom. The heavenly sect master and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning were moved. In the mysterious palace. The divine robed Taoist, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned at the heavenly Tao. Born as freedom. The heavenly Tao actually has such a figure. Could it be Master's doing? The divine robed Taoist was shocked at first, but then pleasantly surprised. Such a prodigy would definitely achieve good results in the chaotic assembly. At that time, he would be proud if he said it. After all, the heavenly Tao was in his domain. He was filled with admiration for Han Ju. As expected of Master. He made up his mind to meet that new prodigy in the future and build a good relationship with him in advance. On the other side. In a dark domain. The evil heavenly emperor was meditating. In front of him was the formless transcendent deity shining with a strong light. The heavenly Tao has changed. Someone was born as freedom. An impressive existence is about to appear, the formless transcendent God suddenly said, startling the evil heavenly emperor. This place was too far from the heavenly Tao. The evil heavenly emperor did not hear Han Huang's cries. You mean, the evil heavenly emperor asked carefully. The formless transcendent deity replied, a newborn fetus. He was born as freedom, a feat that has never been seen since ancient times. He's Han Ju's son. Born as freedom. Han Ju's son. The evil heavenly emperor was shocked. Han Tuo's potential had already stunned him. He didn't expect Han Ju to give birth to an even more exaggerated prodigy. Born as freedom. How high was the upper limit? The evil heavenly emperor's heart beat faster and his eyes burned. He wanted to help Han Ju raise his child. The formless transcendent deity added, this child will change the chaos. I wonder what kind of change it will be. The evil heavenly emperor said, I'll teach him personally. He, you want to teach him? That might not be the case. Why do you say that? He's born as freedom. The way he looks at everything will be different from all living beings. His birth destined the difference between his extraordinariness and all living beings. If there is a natural-born God, it will be him. No existence has been born as freedom since ancient times. The formless transcendent deity's words caused the evil heavenly emperor to fall into deep thought. In the 100-peak immortal river. The golden light dissipated. The 10 million disciples were still shocked and discussing curiously. Xian Qingjun, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yue rushed over. Han Ju didn't ignore them and let them in. The three women were surprised to see the baby in his arms. Was the commotion caused by this child? Let me hug him. Chang Yue said excitedly. Han Ju shook his head. No, this kid is already a freedom sage. He can easily hurt you. Freedom sage. The three women were stunned. This child was far stronger than them from the moment he was born. They were all dumbfounded. At this moment, Xing Hongxian tidied her clothes and walked over. She stared at Han Huang and frowned. Why are his eyes so ugly? The purple eyes looked strange. As if sensing his mother's disdain, Han Huang's eyes quickly returned to white with black pupils. His skin also returned to the appearance of a normal human child, but it was slightly pale and immediately became pink and cute. Chapter 902 Strange Gaze. Chapter 902 Strange Gaze, wow. He can understand you. Chang Yue shouted in surprise, looking at Han Huang with fondness. This kid was indeed cute. As if understanding Chang Yue's words, Han Huang actually flew out of Han Ju's arms. Unfortunately, he grabbed his foot and pulled him back. Han Huang frowned and reached out to grab him. This kid is quite fierce. Xian Qingjun laughed. Han Ju slapped Han Huang's but loudly. He could sense that Han Huang's intelligence was not high. It was at most like a 2- or 3-year-old. However, his physical talent was high and he could instinctively control the changes. Han Huang didn't cry after being beaten by him. Instead, he stared at him with a very angry expression. Han Ju was amused and slapped him again. This kid still didn't cry after 10 consecutive slaps. He still stared at him. "Oh my, what are you doing?" Xing Hongxian took Han Huang and glared at him. Xian Qingjun and the other two also started to blame him. Han Ju was helpless and didn't dare to refute. Please read on website, myboxen0vl, com. Xian Qingjun and the other two left after playing with the baby for a while. Han Ju brought Xing Hongxian and her son to the third Dao field to see Qingwaner and Han Qing'er. "My second brother was born." Han Qing'er shouted in surprise. Then, she went in front of Han Ju and looked at the swaddled Han Huang. Her eyes instantly lit up and she reached out to take him. Qingwaner held Xing Hongxuan's arm and asked about the delivery. Han Ju reminded her, "Be careful. Your second brother is a freedom sage. He might hurt you." "What? Freedom? Wasn't he just born?" Han Qing'er was shocked. The hand holding the swaddle trembled. After all, it has been nurtured for so many years. But this is, Han Qing'er couldn't accept it. She had always thought that she was extremely talented, but she was simply inferior compared to little second. Han Huang seemed to be amused by her expression. He chuckled and raised his two small hands, wanting to scratch her face. Han Qing'er could only forcefully calm down upon seeing how cute he was. She began to tease Han Huang. Qingwaner exclaimed, "Born as freedom. He should be the number one in the chaos, right?" Xing Hongxian smiled. "Probably. Speaking of which, my cultivation level is also thanks to him." During the period when Han Huang was about to be born, her cultivation level also increased rapidly. "Sister is really lucky. No, Qing'er is so obedient. Although this kid is talented, he will definitely be a restless person in the future. Bring him over if you have nothing to do in the future. I think Qing'er likes him very much. I'll stay here and see this kid grow up." "That's great." Han Ju ignored the two women's conversation and looked at Han Huang. Han Qing'er raised him in the air and made him laugh even more. The newly born Han Huang was already like a 2-year-old. He looked innocent, but Han Ju felt that this kid was strange. Not to mention the future he saw in the illusion, he didn't cry when Han Ju hit him earlier. Instead, he stared at him without fear. That gaze was something. This kid would probably scare others until their legs went weak when he grew up. Han Ju thought silently. He decided to accompany Han Huang as he grew up. He wouldn't cultivate first. Anyway, 20 years was the blink of an eye for him. Qingwaner brought Han Huang to the other disciples to play. In the end, not long after, Han Huang accidentally injured a disciple. Fortunately, Han Ju was there. Otherwise, that disciple would have been slapped until his soul dissipated. Han Ju was even more surprised. Could it be that this kid could already tell his family apart? Facing Han Qing'er, he was like an ordinary baby. Facing other disciples, his movements were heavy and he subconsciously wanted to use his connate dermic powers. Han Qing'er was shocked by Han Huang's attack and did not know what to do. Han Ju raised his hand and sucked Han Huang over. Han Huang bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He was very dissatisfied to be grabbed by Han Ju after returning to his arms. Xing Hongxian walked over and frowned. "Husband, you have to discipline this kid well." She had also seen the scene just now. If not for her son, she would probably be as shocked as Han Qing'er. Han Ju said, "I know." He looked around at the nearby disciples. All of them looked terrified and did not dare to approach. Han Ju was helpless. Indeed. This kid was really a little overlord. It was impossible for all children to be gentle towards him. Just like that, Han Ju began to personally take care of Han Huang. Xing Hongxian pulled Qinghuan to the side of Han Ju's Daoist temple and prepared to open a new Daoist temple. She couldn't always cultivate under the tree. In any case, Xing Hongxian did not like that. Time passed quickly. 2 years passed in a flash. Han Ju had always been staring at Han Huang, afraid that this kid would hurt someone. He did not restrain Han Huang and usually let Han Qing'er play with him. After 2 years, Han Huang looked to be 3 or 4 years old. He spoke in human language and his intelligence had reached the 10-year-old mark. He could communicate normally. On this day, Han Huang and Han Qing'er were under the old tree. Han Qing'er recounted what she had seen in the immortal world. Han Huang lay in front of her, holding his cheeks with both hands and shaking his legs. The 2-year-old Han Huang wore a golden silk white robe. His pupils were purple, and he was cute and divine. After growing up, he saw that Han Ju's pupils were red, so he no longer hid his purple eyes. Han Huang was puzzled upon hearing the story. Qing'er, why does that person want revenge? Han Huang asked. Han Qing'er smiled. If someone kills me and our parents, would you want to kill that person? Han Huang tilted his head and said, how can anyone kill you guys? Han Qing'er was stunned. What if? That's not possible. Why? Because I will protect you. There are many people stronger than you in the chaos. Besides, you can't stay with us forever. Then, I'll kill all the chaotic life forms. This way, no one can kill you. You, Han Qing'er was so angry that she raised her hand to hit him. However, on second thought, he was the elder brother. How could a younger sister hit her elder brother? She then said, you already want to kill without grudges, let alone him who has a blood feud. No, he's not worthy. Why not? He's so weak. Why does he want to kill someone stronger than him and want others to help? What nonsense are you saying? Should the weak be bullied by the strong? What else? Hee hee. Then, what if you're bullied by stronger people? No, no one can bully me. Han Qing'er almost died of anger. This kid was asking for a beating and had a problem with his brain. At this moment, Han Ju walked over and said, Huang'er, are you bullying your sister again? Han Huang hurriedly jumped up and scratched his head. No way. How can I bully her? She's the one who bullied me. He was most afraid of his father because only he dared to hit him. He couldn't fight back, and it hurt every time. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.